What up, Clay Triots? It's your boy, Technically Clay, streaming at you from early morning, cloudy, maybe a little overcast, it looks like, St. Louis, Missouri. How is everybody doing out there? I'm doing great this morning. I guess I'll just go straight into since the last time you saw me, let's see, I caulked a bunch more windows. I did 5 windows yesterday, man. It was, it took like maybe like a couple hours, caulking all the seams of all those windows, but I am officially done with the upstairs of my house. Oh, my audio might be clipping a little. Maybe I'm a little too close to the mic. Okay. Yeah, so I caulked a bunch of windows. I just had leftovers for dinner yesterday. Played a little bit more Slay the Spire, but then I went to bed super early last night. I don't know why. I was just so tired. It was probably a combination of things. I think I've had a little bit of a sleep debt or something. Like I was like, I felt like I needed, I don't know, maybe I'd only been getting like 6 or 7 hours of sleep the past couple days when I needed, my full 8. So I went to bed super early, and I ended up sleeping for like 11 hours or something, 10 hours. Yeah. And then I woke up at my normal timer. Well, a little bit earlier than normal, about like 5 or 5:30 this morning. So usually I wake up around 6, but then after that, I went downstairs, I made some coffee. I decided today's my optional day for workout. So if I'm going to do it at all, it's going to be after my stream. I decided I didn't want to do it before my stream. And then I got some coffee. I brought my coffee up here, and then I came up and clipped some videos, and then turned on the camera to be with you, the viewer. Hello. Yeah, so that is what was been going on in the life of Technically Clay. So today is going to be probably a normal stream. Doing news of the day sort of stuff. I got a whole bunch of stuff for you. Yesterday was the primary or a bunch of primaries across the country, right? So I'm going to analyze a little bit of that. Got some more Iran content. Got some fallout from Iran around the world. We're going to go over the Putin and Xi meeting that I skipped yesterday due to time. Talk about the IRS stuff that's going on with the new slush fund, and then maybe some Alveus animal content to to get us into the fun portion of the stream. I'm also planning on, if I feel like it, I might go long today and do some gaming afterwards. So if people want to stick around for that. Just do some like ascension grinding on Slay the Spire or something, but we'll see. Depends how I feel, honestly. Also, if I need to like get food or something, or if I'm hungry, then who knows. But since I started really early today, I'm hoping that I can power through and maybe we can get some classic Clay gaming content. So anyway, with that being said, let's go ahead and start with the I would say the biggest news of the day is all of the primaries that happened in America last night. There were a bunch of primaries all over the country. The 2 that I was keeping track of was the Massey one, which, newsflash, Massey did not win, indicating that Israel still has a huge influence, like AIPAC in particular has a huge influence on American politics, at least in the Republican Party, maybe not in the Democrat Party as much anymore. And the other one was what was his name? Carr or something? Or what? Oh my gosh. Well, maybe they'll get into it. Democratic primary. Oh, here. I think this had yeah, Rab. Man, dude, I'm so terrible at remembering these names. Okay, Chris Rab. That was the other one who I think he had been on Hassan's stream or something at one point. And I think that he was generally considered, a pretty good candidate, and he won as well. So that's good. But anyway, let's go ahead and watch this video. This is from CNN. I'm assuming they'll go over a lot of the uh, either polling or actual results. This is from 10 hours ago, so I'm assuming they had most of the results in by that point. So let's go ahead and watch this, and then we'll try and see, like, try and maybe get some takeaways from the whole primary situation from last night. I want to be clear up front, though. I am not a person who knows like all of these candidates all across the country. I don't pay 100% attention to every local election in every location, like every house race across the country. I only know some of the key figures that like I've seen on the various like content like shows that I watch. So I'm not going to be, super familiar with a lot of these people, but I'll try and give my best analysis based on what I do know. So,
Harry, I mean, obviously, when the president said today that he was about to endorse in Texas, everyone was waiting to see if it would really happen. And then came the Truth Social post.
Yeah, it really happened. It really happened. And I can't think of an endorsement in Republican politics that has ever been as important as Donald John Trump's endorsement. And you see it in Texas. You saw, obviously, in Kentucky earlier tonight. You saw it in Louisiana over the weekend. And you see it in the Texas polling as well. Because just take a look here. Impact of Trump's endorsement, Texas Senate, among Republicans. Look at what you see here. 55% of Republicans say that you would be more likely to vote for the candidate Donald Trump endorses. You see 36% say no impact. Look at this, though. Just 9.
Yeah. Trump, it's still Trump's party, man. It's still Trump's party. Anybody who thinks that Trump is that he is not the kingmaker or whatever of the Republican Party is still living in a fantasy world. A lot of people try to pretend that based on his Trump's incredible unpopularity, but his incredible unpopularity is not coming from like likely Republican voters. It's coming from like independents, is coming from people who like have who are maybe more unaligned now in terms of like of their party preference. But the base of the Republican Party and who are the people who are going to definitely be coming out to vote in primaries are still 100% on Donald Trump's side. And they will be like, I don't even know if there is literal like economic material conditions that are going to make these people change. Like as like everything is getting worse for everybody around the country in terms of their finances. I just don't think that they care. I think that they're fine suffering. Like they will literally like materially suffer in their personal lives in order to continue voting for whoever Trump says to vote for. Like, so I just don't, I think that it's a little bit of hopium to think that like the Republicans are turning on Trump. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that, but obviously when it's a different story when it comes to the actual primary elections that are going to be against, Democrats as opposed to, or sorry, when it comes to the actual, the real elections in November. Like we'll see what happens then. I know Democrats right now have about like the generic Democrat has about an 11% advantage over a generic Republican, which is unprecedented in terms of that. But I always say, though, never get your hopes up when it comes to the Democrats. They will find a way to lose. Okay. They will find a way to lose. Don't worry. Like it won't be as much of a bloodbath as I think we're hoping. I mean, I really hope it is, but I just have so little faith in the Democratic Party. But anyway, I'm hoping that they actually go over the results a little bit. But it looks like they're going over the Tallarico Paxton thing. Let me see if I can find a different video that has the results from last night, because that's what I was looking for. Let's see. Primary results. Here, I'll just pull it down and you can watch me try to find something. Here's the Republican primary results. Okay, let's go ahead and I guess let's watch this one about the Republican primary results from 9 hours ago. I'm hoping this at least has the stuff on Massey. That's the one that I want to cover the most.
Here to break down all of tonight's critical results, what this could all mean for November. He is our friend, the co-host of America's Newsroom. He's at his big board. Our very own Bill Hemmer is with us. Bill, what a night.
Hey, Sean, yeah, good evening to you. In the end, you're going to find that President Trump is a big winner here because wherever he went out and put his thumb on the scale, he has turned out to be a winner tonight. I'm going to start first with a House race. I'll take you to a senator's race and then a governor's race as we go around the dial here. This is Congressional District 4 in Kentucky. It's northern Kentucky. It's got Cincinnati to the north, Lexington to the south, Louisville to the southwest here. Okay, Sean, this district represented by Thomas Massey for 14 years. Okay, 7 terms, looking for an 8th term. These are all the counties, 21 of them. At last count, Thomas Massey was leading in one county, and his lead in a second county was razor thin. If that holds up, Gowrine's going to win 19 of the 21 counties at a minimum. A lot of these are rural counties here. They're deep red. They went for Donald Trump in a significant way in 2024, easily 75% of the vote over Kamala Harris. These northern 3 counties border the Ohio River with Cincinnati, Boone, Kent, and Campbell. That accounts for 2/3 of the vote for the entire district, and they have gone for the challenger, Ed Gowrine, as well. So that is one on the board for the president as he was trying to pick off Thomas Massey, and he's really been a target for some time there. Also in the state of Georgia, I'll take you over here to the Senate race. Andy.
Well, let's discuss So Thomas Massey lost. I think the end tally was like 54-45 or something, or 55-45, something along those lines, where this new, like, straight out of the CIA Gain guy or whatever his name was, was that his name? I can't remember. But he was like he had like a background that sounded like he was straight from the CIA. Like, it was crazy. But he ended up winning. He was the Trump endorsed pick. Thomas Massey, I'm assuming most people are aware, is one of the very few Republicans that I actually have even a slightest amount of respect for. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's still, like, when it comes to, like, economic policy and stuff, like, he's still a goon, like, he's still a goober. I dislike him. But he does have integrity when it comes to certain issues, particularly when it comes to the war in Iran. I think he was very good on that. He was against it and principled against that. I think he's, like, more libertarian or something, if I had to guess. I don't know everything about him, but and then for being anti-pedophile, I was very impressed. It's hard, right? Being an anti-pedophile in the party of Donald Trump, the Republican Party, the pedophiles, basically, like, they're all like pedo protectors, you know. So it's like that is, I mean, you know, that takes a lot of courage, I think. So him and Ro Khanna's crusade against Trump when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein was very good. I think something, I just wish that more people had integrity on some issues, even if I disagree with them, like I said, on a lot of policies. I wish that there were people who had more integrity. But yeah, so he lost. And I think that AIPAC spent like $15 million on them. AIPAC spending on Massey race. $9 million, it said, on this thing that I'm reading right now. Overall ad spending was 32 million though, so I bet it was higher than 9 million. It might have been a little bit more dark money, a little bit more hidden, but yeah. So this also goes to show that while Israel, when it comes to the Democratic Party, right, is a done deal. I think that if AIPAC spent this much money openly in a Democratic primary, that they would not I don't think that it would work. I don't think that, I think that the people would reject it at this point, which is good. That's a good sign, right? And one day the Republican Party will be the same way. But I think that what we're seeing really, though, is that and like the Republican Party, I think their opinions on Israel are shifting, but I think the majority of them are still pro-Israel, generally speaking. It is obviously divided along generations, like it was originally with the Democratic Party. Like it originally in the Democratic Party, it was divided among generations, and to some extent, there is still a divide in the Democratic Party amongst generations. But most people, even older people, are starting to come on board, and it's essentially a done deal. Like it's a 90-10 issue with the Democrats. So I don't think this sort of spending in the Democratic Party would work anymore, even the ungodly amounts that they are spending. But when it comes to the Republican Party, I think that it probably still has, like, it probably still works to an extent. Number one, because I don't think they're as principled, and I don't think the voters really care that much about, I don't think they care as much, I would say, about Israel, because they're coming at it more from a, we do not want to, we don't want to be, like, they come at it from more of like, it's humiliating, right? It's humiliating the way that Israel manipulates America and how Israel buys America and forces America to do its bidding all the time, right? Like, it's like they feel like it's humiliating and embarrassing. And then also they some of them want to, do focus more on fascism at home instead of like fascism abroad, right? So instead of spending all of our money to fund fascism in Israel, they want to spend all that money to fund fascism at home. Like, so those are like the probably reasons that they do, but that just goes, but that's not a very, I think, as motivating of a factor as being against genocide, right? Which is where the Democrats are, or most of the Democrats who are against Israel. Like, I think that's a much more motivating factor to vote against that stuff. And then also Donald Trump in particular is bought and paid for by Israel, and they have pictures of him in a vault somewhere. So, so Donald Trump, and he still commands the Republican Party. So, there might be conflicting things going on in the heads of a lot of these people who are voting, in terms of maybe they aren't that pro-Israel, but still Donald Trump endorsed this guy, so he must be good, right? Like that's probably what a lot of people thought. So that's kind of like my general analysis on the Thomas Massie thing. I will say this though, in the same way that I used to say this about the Democrats, I would talk about how when Cory Bush was ousted, or Jamal Bowman was ousted by a bunch of AIPAC money, they had to spend ungodly amounts of money, right? They had to spend like $10 million to oust each of those individuals. Or maybe it was a little bit less, I can't remember, but they had to spend a ton of money to oust those individuals. And I like to always take like a little bit of advice from, or not advice, but inspiration from Palestinian resistance, and that you don't necessarily win every battle, but every time you make it more costly and more expensive for AIPAC to buy our elections and these seats, like at this point, I think to buy a seat in a Democratic primary, I don't know if it's possible, but they would have, if it was possible, they would have to spend like $50 million, or $100 million. Like, you keep making it unfeasible and unmanageable to keep up the amount of money that they're spending on this stuff. And in the same way, I think it's going to happen with Republicans. It's going to become more and more expensive every single time for Israel to buy these elections, especially after Donald Trump is gone. And if the next person who gets into office isn't as ideologically committed, or the next person who leads the torch for, or holds the torch for MAGA or whatever, is not so ideologically tied to Israel, or I don't even think Trump is really ideologically tied to like Zionism or anything, but I think that he is I do think they probably have some form of like blackmail on him or something. And so like if the next person doesn't have that, then I think that the people in general will flip pretty quickly once their cult leader does not like isn't out there advocating for the great nation state of Israel or whatever, right? So anyway, that's my high level thoughts on the Massey situation.
On the board for the president as he was trying to pick off Thomas Massey, and he's really been a target for some time there. Also in the state of Georgia, I'll take you over here to the Senate race. Andy Barr, you might remember him as a congressman.
I think you meant Kentucky.
Around the Lexington area. He wants to replace Mitch McConnell. An easy winner tonight. It was a three-way race. Again, in Kentucky, you just need a simple majority. You don't have to get that 50% threshold. So Andy Barr with almost 60% of the vote, easily defeating Daniel Cameron, who used to be the AG there in the state of Kentucky. The president also endorsed Andy Barr early on. So in this contest tonight, he's 2 for 2. Let me pop out here for a moment, Sean, and show
Bill,
you.
let me just add one thing, if I may.
You may go.
Ed Gowline, the AP has now called that race and called it for the Trump-endorsed candidate.
Gowline. Sorry, that's the CIA dude, I think, against Thomas Massey. Gowline. Okay. So yeah, congratulations, Kentucky. I hope you enjoy your CIA op, like your CIA operative being in Congress representing the great nation state of Israel. I hope you enjoy that. That'll be very fun for you, I'm sure. Honestly, I don't think they'll care. Like I said, Republicans are willing to suffer for the cult leader, for like Donald Trump. So they don't. I don't think that they'll care that much if this guy is just representing Israel as opposed to Kentucky. But yeah,
You rightly predicted.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I thought I got that. So that was.
I will say this though: 55-45 is a lot closer than I think it would have been 2 years ago. Like if this exact same situation was happening 2 years ago, I think that it would have been a blowout for this Galrain guy. I think that the anti-war stuff and the Epstein stuff potentially had a lot of salience for, like I said, some of the younger people in that district. It's just not enough to overwhelm the boomer Fox News viewers who went out like zombies in droves and did their duty to vote for the great cult leader of Donald Trump. So
2 for 2, right? Galrain and then Barr, and then down here. Let me show you this, okay? I think this is very interesting, Sean. In Georgia, these results are still pretty fresh. Now, Georgia's got the rule. You got to get 50% or more. Otherwise, you got a runoff. And these two men, Burt Jones and Rick Jackson, will go to a runoff 4 weeks from now, okay? Because they did not reach the threshold. Burt Jones is the lieutenant general in Georgia. He was the first person in the state legislature to endorse Donald Trump, Sean, in 2015. Quite the claim. Rick Jackson, very much a newcomer to politics, raised poor in Fulton County, made a lot of money in healthcare. He's a billionaire. He's funding his own campaign. But Burt Jones got the endorsement on behalf of the president, which means so far tonight, he's 3 for 3 out of the White House in endorsements so far.
Well, that's a runoff, so that's not guaranteed yet, but okay.
And getting people over the line, and we'll see whether or not Burt Jones can beat Jackson in 4 weeks from tonight. There is one other race tonight out in Idaho. Polls don't close there till 11 o'clock. Brad Little wants to be the governor in Idaho. He needs a simple majority as well, so we'll get those results much later tonight, probably around midnight our time here on the East Coast. But right now, when the president puts his thumb on the scale of these elections, much as he did on Saturday, right, with Julia Letlow endorsing her and knocking Bill Cassidy out of a Senate primary, it's something else, and perhaps it portends something that will happen a week from today after the endorsement of Ken Paxton, who's trying to defeat John Cornyn in Texas. Very, very interesting developments. I'm sure the White House is very happy with what they're seeing so far, Sean.
I think you're right, Bill Hemmer. We'll come back to you throughout the evening.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Trump still has his thumb on the party. So I'm looking at some of the comments. Massa came in with the Tea Party wave and went out like a loser. Now I can move back to Kentucky, be back on my farm. Oh my god, dude. So these people, Jeffries is gonna have a conniption. What is a conniption, dude? That's too big of a word, man. Yeah, I mean, this guy is, I think, the only person that sounds about like right. No one cares. It's just boomers doing what boomers do, screwing over the youth. Massey had the young vote. They aren't going anywhere while the boomers are on their way out. I mean, kinda. Yeah. I mean, yeah, these people. You can tell from the I mean, these are Fox News commenters, so they're and they seem to be all like, you can see that they're all gung ho for Massey being out, generally speaking. So yeah, there you go. Let's see. I had another one though about the Pennsylvania primary, which I think should include that Rab guy, Chris Rab. I don't know why I cannot remember that guy's name. So like, I don't know why, man. My brain, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work with names. Also, it's early and I haven't had enough coffee yet. So, okay, let's go ahead and watch this video now about the Pennsylvania Democratic primary winners.
And now you decide primary election night in Pennsylvania. The race in the Democratic primary for the U.S. House 3rd Congressional District has been called in the last 30 minutes. State Representative Chris Rab, the presumptive winner with 44% of the vote, with 87% of the precincts or estimated votes counted. He's projected to beat out State Senator Sharif Street and Dr. Ayla Stanford and political newcomer and attorney Sean Griffith. So it's 11 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jason Martinez.
And I'm Sheba Russell. We've got election results scrolling there at the bottom of your screen tonight as we closely track the key races in our region. Let's get out to our Shawnette Wilson live at Rab's victory party in Germantown. Shawnette, how's the mood where you are?
Oh, it is a party here in Germantown, Sheba and Jason. We just made it after Chris Rab made his speech here tonight, his acceptance speech. We slid in and people were pouring out into the streets of Germantown. Give you a look behind me. You can see the crowd remains here tonight long after Chris has left the stage.
Dude, this looks exactly like every DSA event I go to. All the people, man, they all look exactly the same. I guess it doesn't matter whether you're in Pennsylvania or St. Louis. All DSA members all look the fucking same.
Here, they are celebrating tonight a victory. A lot of them saying that this is a great move to have a progressive take the seat here and be the nominee for the Democratic Party. Many people today weren't sure which way this race was going to go, but his supporters here said that they knew all along as the vote starts to come in, he would move to the forefront. And that's
yeah, so like I talked about a little bit at the beginning, Rab, I think, is the progressive candidate, right? He is, you know, the Bernie crat, if you want to like call him that, you know, pro working class, you know, Medicare for all, anti-genocide. Like he calls Israel, like what Israel's doing, what it is. Like he's not afraid to, you know, speak the truth about those types of issues. And so yeah, I think this is an important, like I would say it looks like, right, just number wise, it looks like a blowout, but there is like a situation here where they are kind of splitting the quote unquote non-progressive vote, I guess, to some extent, like the rest of these candidates, whereas Chris Rab is not. And so like there is a chance that if one of them had dropped out, maybe it would have been different, although we don't know that for sure, because if one of them dropped out, maybe a bunch of those votes would have gone to Rab as well. We don't know how exactly it would have shaken out. He potentially would have won regardless, even if you just look at this as like these two combined would have been 55 to 45. But that's not usually how it works, though. Usually when one person drops out, like a portion of it, even if these two would be more aligned ideologically, and a majority of the people would have gone from, like, say, Allah to Sharif here, there still would have been, at least 5 or 6, 7%, I don't know, who would have gone over to Chris Rabb. That's just it's never 100% of people go to the other candidate like that. So it seems like this is basically I would still say that this is a pretty solid obvious victory for the progressive, the more progressive movement, the Bernie-crat style populist, left populist, which is what I keep saying is what you gotta. Those are the type of people you have to run. And then when it comes to the general, right? This isn't when it comes to the general, these types of candidates are the ones that are going to be more electable. They're the ones that are going to appeal more to independents and Republicans, because despite what the media tries to tell you, the Chris Rabb and the left populists do not appear to the average voter to be more left or more radical. To most people, when they see people speaking the way that these left populists do about the working class and trying to fix their economic conditions and all that sort of stuff, they think that they're actually closer to the center. It's really weird. America's conception of left-right dynamics is completely busted. But yeah, they think that Zoran Mamdani is more to the center than Kamala Harris. They think Kamala Harris is a left-wing communist or something, and they think Zoran Mamdani is oh yeah, he's he's a little bit left. He's a center-left guy or whatever. But I like him, and therefore he's not some crazy leftist, or that's how a lot of people think. And so these people, the Chris Rabb types, are going to be much more electable in the general. The more of these types of left populist politicians we get to win in Democratic primaries, the more success that we're going to have as the Democratic Party come November. So, but let me get back to where they were at the party.
He's going to go, but his supporters here said that they knew all along as the vote starts to come in, he would move to the forefront, and that is exactly what he did. Let's take a listen to what he said from the stage tonight.
I'm looking at we the people. And I'm not talking about we the people 250 years ago. That was a much smaller we. I'm talking about the aggressive fabulosity of this we.
Fabulosity.
And back here live, this is the nation's bluest seat here, bluest district seat. And you can just see here again a celebration. People just don't want to go home. You see one of the supporters walk by with a T-shirt that says support working families. And just, I don't know if it's, to say a shocker here, it is a full-on party here. Let's listen for a second.
I can't tell what they're saying, to be honest.
So they are celebrating tonight. I can tell you that we were with Ayla Stanford's campaign before we arrived here. And they early on were thinking that, she was going to pull through, and we watched those numbers quickly shift here. But people saying that, this is a departure from what we thought that we would see here. Also defeating State Senator Sharif Street, who has just as well a big political background tonight, but was defeated tonight. So again, Chris Rabb's camp here just celebrating a victory tonight. Jason and Sheba, so hard to hear you.
Well, I was trying to figure out what they were chanting out there, Shawnette. Could you make it out?
I couldn't. Let me see. Hang on.
Well.
AIPAC lost.
Oh, okay. So they're celebrating.
Nice. They were like, oh no, wait, I don't want to know that. They don't want to see the distaste for AIPAC. I don't know. This is like a local Fox station, so these people might not be as ideologically committed to the nation state of Israel. I shouldn't put words in, or I shouldn't put ideology in the reporters' mouths, I guess. But But yeah, that is funny. Like, they were saying APAC lost. She's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have found out.
A victory, Chris Rapp. And
Is he still in the building?
She's like, oh, can of worms. There's a can of worms. I don't want to talk about that.
Shawnette, have you seen
I
Chris?
don't know. I have not seen him. You know, the crowd is so thick here, like.
Oh,
we just lost.
The crowd is so thick.
Lost her a little bit there, but you know, we heard Chris Rapp give what sounded like a victory speech about 30 minutes ago, so maybe that was it for the night.
Yeah. So Chris Rapp is a professor and author. Again, he's a 5-term state representative, and by the looks of it here, it looks like that he will be heading to Congress in the new year, replacing Dwight Evans, who has decided not to run again, but. There's no Republican running in this race, so we have the November midterms, and we have to get past that, which he's the only person there on the ballot. And so it looks like he'll be heading to Washington. Again, the presumptive winner here, and of course we'll have more election coverage right now for you.
And on Fox Local here as well. So Board of Bucks County Commissioners member Bob Harvey is the projected winner for the Democratic primary for Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district covering Bucks
Don't know anything about these two.
County. He leads by 36,000 votes with 66% of the estimated votes counted. Harvey will face GOP incumbent Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick in November.
Firefighter Bob Brooks is the projected winner.
I've heard about Bob Brooks, I think, or read about it maybe. I think that he was also like a left populist, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, though.
For Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, this includes all of Carbon, Lehigh, Northampton counties, and also parts of Monroe County. Brooks
1 second. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, though, actually. Let's see. Democrats nominated Bob Brooks, a blue-collar everyman backed by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, which Josh Shapiro kind of sucks, I think. So, but he leads a firefighters union. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know, though, because, yeah, if he was backed by Josh Shapiro, that gives me a little bit of an ick. So he might be like an Israel guy. I'm not really sure.
Brooks won with 42% of the votes. This is with 90% of the estimated votes counted. Brooks will face GOP incumbent Congressman Ryan McKenzie in November.
Okay, people, that's that. That's that when it comes to the election. That's all I'm willing to cover because those are the only two that I really know that much about is the Massey and the Gab or whatever. Rab. Sorry, I can never remember it. I've looked it up 3 times already, dude. I keep looking it up. I'm like, what's his name again? I can never remember his fucking name. Oh my God, dude. This is why when I tell people that I'm not good with names, I don't think they understand. Like, I'm telling you, it's not like normal everyday person who says that they're not good with names. I'm telling you, I am like it's a disorder. Like I have some sort of like mental disorder when it comes to remembering people's names. Like it's bad. It is bad. Okay. Like I just looked up that guy's name 3 times within like 15 minutes. Like, okay. Anyway, sorry. Let's go ahead and move on. So that was the sort of domestic stuff. That was like, I think the top line news number for today is the primary stuff. But let's go ahead and move on to the more consequential things like international politics. We're going to talk about Iran. I think Iran has made some new threats, and we're just going to catch up on the Iran situation with this video. And then I have another video after this. It's a real short one, but it's going to be a part of the same segment about the global implications of the double blockade that we're implementing right now on Iran. So let's go ahead and watch this video from Fox News. This is Iran unleashes new threat, defeat and destruction. Let's see what they said.
Meanwhile, to the Middle East, where the Trump administration says it's ready to strike Iran again if Tehran remains unwilling to budge on its nuclear program.
Okay, here we go. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us now with the latest in Tel Aviv. Trey, any sign that the Iranians are serious about serious concessions about bringing this conflict to an end?
The short answer is no. And overnight,
Wow.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps released a new threat against the United States and Israel, warning that if they launch a renewed bombing campaign, there will be serious consequences for the entire region. The IRGC put out a statement saying if the aggression against Iran is repeated, the regional war that was promised will this time go beyond the borders of the region, and you will be dealt crushing blows in places you do not expect, and you will fall into the abyss of defeat and destruction.
Now, I often criticize Donald Trump for making these types of rhetorical claims every fucking day, right? He says, we are going to rain fire and fury on you. Like he said it like 100 times. And the reason that I get a little frustrated with him for saying that all the time is because 9 times out of 10, he doesn't do jack shit, right? And also the 1 time out of 10 that he does, it's it's still limited, and he still doesn't appear to be willing to commit to the stuff that would be necessary to actually materially change the consequences of, or like the end state of this war. When it comes to Iran, though, and their threats and their statements, I take those a lot more seriously, namely because they have done every single thing that they have said that they are going to do at every step of the way during this war. Like, yes, they have some bluster, and yes, they might do a little bit of saber rattling or whatever. But theirs is like inverted. It's like 9 times out of 10, like they are serious, and they end up like doing what they actually say that they're going to do. So I would take this very seriously from Iran. I guarantee you, if you go back into a hot war with them, it's going to be the exact same as what happened last time. And I don't know if people remember this, but when we were in a hot war last time, it was blatantly obvious to everybody that America was losing. like if anything, going into this ceasefire gives like a optical and rhetorical an ability for the chuds to feel a sense of victory, right? Because they don't have to like see every single day America's bases getting blown to smithereens, or they don't have to see every single day all of our Gulf allies being hit and peppered with missiles and America being unable to do anything, right? There is now at least a, like, in your brain, a space where you can like convince yourself that America is not losing like terribly, right? And so I guarantee you, as soon as we go back into a hot war, it's going to be the exact same thing as what happened last time, and it'll end the exact same way, with America running out of missiles and needing to pause for an indefinite amount of time to try to rearm, and it will take months to rearm again, or years. I don't know. This is, but like I said, I would take Iran's statements pretty seriously when they say this.
This threat comes as President Trump says he was just an hour away from deciding to strike Iran earlier this week, and is giving the regime a few additional days to reach a deal.
How close were you to striking Iran?
I was an hour away.
Shut up. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Dude, this was all... I don't really buy what he said about, like, I don't 100% buy what he said about the Gulf states coming and begging for him to not strike or whatever. I mean, maybe they did. I don't really know, but I don't think that he was actually going to do it, man. I don't think he was actually going to do it. I think he does this all the time, where he creates a deadline where he says that, I guess this one wasn't publicly stated, but like a deadline where he says, oh, I'm going to strike you with fire and fury or whatever. Like, he says that, and then the deadline comes, and then he chickens out and says, actually, I'm not going to do that. And this is just that exact same thing again. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I hope that people don't actually take this shit that seriously.
You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim, and we're all set to start.
As for the possibility of an agreement, reports do indicate there are still serious gaps in the positions of the United States and Iran. Vice President J.D. Vance was asked about this process yesterday.
We're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to. So
what would be different, though? I hope reporters ask that. Like, I didn't watch this press conference. Maybe I should have, but I hope reporters ask what will be different this time compared to last time. Why will this end up any differently than it did last time? Like, because if they can't answer that question, then it's like, and I've talked about it before, but the only way that anything could change strategically, like in the direction of the war, is if America committed to a full ground occupation, hundreds of thousands of troops, reinstituting a draft, all of that stuff, like forcing every man aged 18 to 30 or whatever to go, die for the nation state of Israel in our country. And that would be the only possible way that there would be any change in the trajectory of this war. And even that is not a guarantee, because it's possible that would just end up in an Afghanistan situation where eventually we have to leave, and then Iran the IRGC just reasserts control, and it's exactly the same as it was when we got there. So, I don't know, man. I'm getting so tired of them always just saying the same things over and over again. I'm getting tired of the media not doing their fucking job and asking them good questions. Like, I get very frustrated with this stuff.
What we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports continues to put economic pressure on the Iranian regime. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper described the current state of play in the Gulf with the shaky ceasefire still in place.
The ceasefire continues, and consistent with the president's direction, we've established a highly effective maritime blockade of Iran. To date, we've turned away 88 ships. There has been zero trade into Iranian ports and zero trade out of Iranian ports.
I don't buy it. I think that they're still doing some trading through the blockade. I do. I think that there's shadow fleet stuff going through. They would never admit it, by the way. These government officials would never admit it if there was like shadow fleet, like people turning off their radars and just sneaking past and selling to China or whatever. They would never admit it. But I think that that's probably happening. And also, by the way, I don't know if they know this, but they can also sell this shit over land routes. Like, it's not Cuba, man. It's not Cuba. It's not an island. Like, it has land routes. They're able to sell this stuff over land routes. It's not as efficient. 100%. It's not as efficient. But it's not like they are completely choked off from everything that they need in order to, run their country. I'm not saying that it's not difficult for the Iranian people. I'm saying that it is compared to the sanctions before, this is just another sanction that they have added on top. Yes, it has impact, just like all the other sanctions that we have added on Iran in the past. But one more sanction is not going to collapse Iran. And they can last indefinitely with this blockade. They will find ways around it if they haven't already. And they have grown used to living under the economic warfare that America has been putting on top of them for the past 20, 30 years.
Squeezing Iran economically and creating powerful leverage for the ongoing negotiations.
Overnight, the Israelis held a cabinet meeting reportedly for 5 hours discussing the state of play in the region. Officials here do believe the war may resume in the days ahead. Guys?
So, Trey, what's the state of the play when it comes to the people of Iran? We know this economic pressure is hitting Iran, and normally it's just the people. But is it affecting the IRGC? Are they losing paychecks or anything like that? Because I think that needs to happen for there to be some change.
I'll let him answer first, but
yeah, there's a real fear among Iranian civilians. Remember, this is a country of more than 90 million people, and hundreds of thousands took to the streets earlier this year, and they were met with live ammunition by the besieged forces and these regime commanders that cracked down on these peaceful demonstrations. President Trump says around 42,000 people were slaughtered in the streets of Iran earlier this year, and that was part of
I'm glad that they finally at least stopped at a number. I think their final number is 42,000, although I've heard Donald Trump say 45,000, I think, before. So I guess it went down now. The number went down to 42,000. I guess they learned that 45,000 seems a little bit less believable, so they brought it back down to 42,000. But like, how... I don't understand what these people think, man. I really don't. I truly don't. Let me give another example. Let's talk about Hamas in Gaza, right? And Israel's genocidal attacks on Gaza, right? How do you think Gaza's economy was throughout that entire conflict? The conflict is still ongoing, right? But like during the worst aspects of it, the couple years after October 7th. What do you think Gaza's economy was like? Okay, what do you think? How, like the people who were the Hamas members, the Al-Qassam brigades, and all that stuff? They were how were they getting paid? Right, this was a hermetically sealed bubble that Israel controlled every import, every export, every single thing that goes in and out of Gaza. Israel controlled, right? And still, somehow, they did not collapse. They continued to fight back. They now have more members in Hamas than they did at the start of the war. Why do you think that this is going to change anything? Why do you think that the IRGC is going to collapse? Why do you think, why do you think this is going to cause some sort of uprising? It didn't happen in Gaza. Why do you think this is going to be any different in a situation where they have way more options, way more abilities to still do trade, way more institutions and internal production capabilities and internal mechanisms to be able to fund and pay for their war efforts? I literally cannot comprehend how these people can think that this is going to change anything, man. I swear to God, I just don't get it. I don't understand what is going through their brains. I assume that they're just doing propaganda, but I honestly think a lot of these people actually believe the propaganda as well.
Part of the reason that he launched this operation to try to free these people from the tyranny of this regime. And what we have seen is a real fear among the people. But remember, the regime still has some popular support, and you saw some of their supporters in the streets of Tehran yesterday chanting death to America and death to Israel. And then overnight, this statement by the IRGC.
Yeah, guess what? They have more popular support now than they did before you started the war. Okay, yeah, a good job.
Threatening to deliver crushing blows.
This is why, by the way, this is why when the CIA does their coup attempts and stuff, they don't do it under while America is bombing the country. They do covert operations to try to do a coup. Before or while that country is not in a state of war, because it's not useful for there to be a air bombing campaign or whatever that causes everybody to rally around the flag if your goal is to try to get some sort of internal resistance forces to try to overthrow the government. It's the exact opposite. It makes people rally around the flag. So you're doing, if you wanted an actual regime change, it's basically impossible at this point because of how much enmity you've shown towards, or that you've provided for their populace against America. So yeah,
the United States and Israel, and it gives you a sense of how serious these regime officials are about actually reaching a good faith agreement and stopping this activity across the region. Remember how we got here? It was earlier this year when the Iranian negotiators went to the negotiating table and they told U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff that they had enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. President Trump took them at face value, and he decided to launch Operation Epic Fury to make it more difficult for this regime to threaten U.S. forces and allies across the region. Now there are reports that the regime is trying to rebuild. They are trying to take what's left in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury and launch more attacks against regional countries, and also use their proxies in places like Iraq and in Lebanon to target Israel. And so this is a situation where the regime has two options.
Well, don't say that, buddy. Everybody fucking hates Israel. You're going to make people get on the side of Iran if you keep talking like that. You need to leave that shit out of your reporting. You need to be like, Iran is actually aligning with Israel. That's what you should do. You should try to psyop people into like hating Iran via Israel. Like, don't tell them that Iran is fighting back against like the great Satan of Israel. Like, that's not a winning message, man.
Here, according to President Trump, they're either going to sign on the dotted line a good faith deal, or this bombing campaign is going to resume.
And Trey, it's amazing because they said we want reparations. We want to be able to charge for the Strait of Hormuz and all sanctions lifted. Oh yeah, that's a country that's looking to do a deal. Not really.
Guess what? Who's that? Is that Kilmeade? Or what's his name? I forget what his name is. Guess what? America is going to agree to all of those things eventually. They are. America is going to agree to every single one of those eventually. Like, Iran already accomplished most of that militarily. Like, Iran de facto controls the Strait of Hormuz. America can't stay there forever. This costs billions of dollars a day. People are eventually going to get pissed once they feel, some more of the economic implications of this. America is going to have to go home someday. All of those bases in the region, they're all empty because Iran blew them to smithereens, and America evacuated all of them because they didn't have the stomach for losing troops, right? America will inevitably agree to all of those conditions that Iran. Oh, what's going on with my camera? Is it okay? It's refocused. America will agree to all of those. So this is funny. I can't wait, man. In the future, I can't wait. I'll have all my I told you so's like right up, ready to go. I'm gonna go up to all of these goons and be like, I told you so. But yeah, I mean. I don't know. This is a little bit. This is more fun for me at this point, I guess, because I'm like, these people. They live in such a fantasy world. Eventually, it all has to come crashing down, and I'm going to be here for it.
But what about Operation Economic Fury, led by Scott Bessent, where he's already frozen nearly $500 million in Iranian cryptocurrency, and he's been extremely strong on this. But I believe yesterday he asked for help.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Bessent is calling on countries around the world to increase economic pressure on the Iranian regime. The Trump administration wants to use
just one more sanction, man. They only have one idea. Just one more sanction. It'll happen. They'll collapse any day now. Just one more sanction, I swear.
The Islamic Republic and the officials in Tehran. We know that the exports for the regime are down 90%. They're currently extracting crude.
They have like an autistic fixation on sanctions, man. They're like a hyper fixation where it's the only thing that they can ever think of in terms of trying to get the outcomes they want. Man, it's crazy.
Oil at 50%. And those ports remain blocked by the U.S. Navy. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper says more than 80 vessels have been redirected, and we know that 4 were disabled when they tried to breach the U.S. naval blockade. All of this comes amid the backdrop of a massive U.S. military buildup across the region that includes transport planes and refuelers
my tax dollars
here each day. We are looking at a situation that if Iran does not make some sort of breakthrough at the negotiating table, this war is going to resume. And it's going to put Iran in a situation where they are unable to rebuild. The president has already been clear. Power plants and bridges are on the table for the target list. And each and every day this economic blockade continues and the possibility of military action remains.
Dude, I don't, again, we live in hell. They're doing the exact same thing that they tried in, like, I don't know, like in Gaza or in Lebanon. It's like they think that the more war crimes they commit, the better outcome they're going to get. I'm sorry, that's just not how it works. The more war crimes you commit, you will not get any better outcomes. The more civilian infrastructure you hit, you will not get any better outcomes. It's not going to cause the people to rebel against the Iranians. It's not going to cause some sort of like uprising or something. It will just, you will just be causing suffering to civilians and getting literally nothing strategically from it. Like it doesn't work. It has never worked. Like Hamas is stronger now than it was when they started their war. America and Israel did unlimited war crimes in Gaza, and guess what? Hamas is still there. Hamas is, like I said, stronger than it was before. Same within Lebanon. They're just boosting Hezbollah. They're making Hezbollah even stronger. Every single war crime that they commit in Lebanon, they make the resistance stronger. And similarly, every war crime that they commit in Iran will just make the IRGC stronger. It's a ridiculous. It has failed every single time in all of human history, or at least all in American history of the war on terror and stuff. The more war crimes you commit does not get you a better strategic outcome. It has never happened.
The Islamic Republic becomes weaker and weaker. Guys?
Thank you so much, Trey. So inflation has surged. Their food and their medicine prices have more than doubled. Their bread.
By the way, the committing the war crimes is like a it is what's the word, in exchange of doing actual like militarily significant things, like actually it's because they are unable to do any actual real damage to Iran's like ballistic missiles, or it is because they can't really target, or they can't strategically impact the IRGC by hitting their members consistently or whatever, or like making any actual dent in the amount of people who are militarily fighting for Iran, right? Because they are unable to do that, they revert back to, okay, let's just commit atrocities. It's classic like child tantrum shit, like lashing out at the just breaking things that they can because they're not able to actually impact the war in a meaningful way. That's why they do it, generally speaking.
And cereal is up 100.
And then Israel just is ideologically committed to killing as many babies as possible. So there's that as well.
140%. Thousands of factories, they're not getting their supplies because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 million jobs have been lost. Iran's currency is plummeting to a record low. Oils and fats are up 219%. So we have, by closing this.
What? Are you talking about Iran or are you talking about America? Because I got news for you. America's inflation is pretty crazy too right now. I think meat is up ground beef or something is up like 70% over the past like couple years or something. Like coffee is up like 50-60%. Yeah, like, and we're not even being bombed. Like it's crazy. Our inflation is almost as bad as Iran.
Straight. We have cut off most of.
That's a joke. I'm being hyperbolic, people. Iran's is much worse, but still.
90% of its annual trade passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So when do the people stand up? I know we saw many of them stand up in January, but if this were happening in America, in 4 years, the president would be out, the people would be revolting, the people would be standing up and voting in a different way. I know they don't have that luxury in Iran, but when do they have the power to revolt and to stand up and say no more of this regime?
It's never going to happen.
Many Americans would argue that that's why our Second Amendment rights are so important.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
In Iran, those people don't have a Second Amendment right, and so
they don't have weapons.
They can't go against their government right now because they don't have.
See, there's plenty of weapons in Iran. Trust me. Like, there's plenty of weapons. I don't know if the populace is as armed as America, but there are plenty of weapons in Iran. It's not, dude. Even if every single person in Iran was armed, this wouldn't happen. This is a fantasy world. You're living in a fantasy world because okay. Let's talk about it this way. They want to do if this was America, like we would be in arms. Okay, let's do that hypothetical. Let's do it for real. Let's say that I don't know, China. We'll just say China. Let's just say that China decided to go to war with America, and China moved all of their ships from all of their Navy ships, and they did a full military buildup around America, both sides, Atlantic, Pacific. No goods are allowed to flow in or out to America, and they started bombing America with impunity for 6 weeks, right? lots of there's lots of destruction, lots of buildings being shot, lots of missiles falling down on major cities across America. And America can't do anything about it. This is a hypothetical. We're just saying America is like Iran in this situation, right? America is unable to do anything because, let's say, because we spent all of our missiles, all of our interceptors on some previous misadventure, and we are not able to defend ourselves in any way, shape, or form. So there's death and destruction being rained on America by China through this entire time period. So what do you think that impact? How do you think that would impact the average American? Do you think they would be like, we need to get rid of our current leadership. It's our current leadership's fault. Our current leadership, if they had just dealt with China, if they had just like made a deal with China, then we wouldn't be suffering through this circumstance. We must overthrow, we'll just say Donald Trump. We must overthrow Donald Trump because he refused to he refused to make a deal with China that would have stopped them from doing this thing? Or do you think that they would, do you think the average American would be like, we need to all rally behind Donald Trump, and we need to, do everything we can to get as much missile production capabilities as quickly as possible so that we can fight back and defend our country from this invading tyrant of China, right? Of course they would choose option 2. What are you talking about? They wouldn't be looking to revolt or overthrow their government and replace it with a new government during a time when we're actively being bombed by a foreign country. That's stupid. That's a stupid thing to think. Like, if you think America would actually do that, you're an idiot. And in the same way, if you think Iran's people would do that, you're also an idiot. Like,
have the
they
weapons
can't defend
to do
themselves.
So.
The government will shoot them in their backs when they're protesting. They have, right.
And by the way, their internet's totally cut off, communication's totally cut off. For them to assemble and organize and be effective and strategic, can't really do it. That's why even the supreme leader putting this post, calling this a holy war, good luck with that. You don't allow X and you don't have the internet. Who are you talking to if you are still alive? I don't even know who wrote that. That's true. So congratulations. You hopped on Elon Musk's platform and said something to a bunch of to your people who can't read it.
So true.
Genius.
Dude, these people are idiots, man. These people are idiots. Fox and Friends, man. They need to put me in, coach. I swear, I will challenge these people's. They won't know what hit them after I hit them with all these truth bombs, man. Their brains will be looking like South Lebanon after I hit them with this many truth bombs, man. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Oh, this is a similar thing. So this is part of the same segment. So, we're going to go to the Philippines now. I talked earlier about the global ramifications of the Iran war and what it means for global oil supply. In particular, East Asia is getting hit the hardest and the fastest when it comes to the supply shock of not having enough oil for the world due to America's war of choice against Iran. So if you're going to look for like what the rest of the world is going to look like East Asia is going to be a good indicator, right, of the global pressure that will eventually be ramping up against Donald Trump and against the West for deciding to go into this war of choice against Iran and cut off everybody's oil supplies for no fucking reason, right? And so let's go ahead and watch this video about the Philippines. It says, anger in Philippines as war with Iran sends oil prices soaring. Let's go. Nice effigy. I always love a good effigy, man. We got it looks like Donald Trump mean-mogging, and we got Satan himself, Netanyahu, with his demon horns and stuff. Always fun to see a good effigy burning. This is in the Philippines, so.
People pushed to breaking point. Rising oil prices have hit the Philippines hard, and for some, there can only be one culprit: Washington.
This is our
symbolic protest against the U.S. imperialism. We want the United States to leave our country immediately.
The US-Israeli war with Iran has left countries across...
Okay, so here's one implication. The people of the Philippines, at least the activists, it's starting with the activists, but trust me, it's going to build. Like, it's going to start with the youth and the activists, as it always does, but it will inevitably build to a to a majority of their country. And they are currently begging, or they're currently asking their government to remove American military bases, anything associated with America. They're trying to get that off of the Philippine soil. That's implication number one, man. If all of look, the end of American empire, I don't know if this is it, but this is what it will look like. It will be all of these military bases that we have peppered all across the world as people start to realize that America is not capable or willing to protect them for having these bases on their soil, will start to get abandoned or will start to get pushed out, right? We've seen some of this in Africa as like a lot of African countries are moving away from the classic like situation of having American military bases as their security and moving towards having economic cooperational ties with China instead. But that was happening before the Iran war. But now what a dying American empire is going to look like is all of these military bases slowly but surely, and same with Iraq, by the way. Or in Iraq, they I think removed a bunch of American military members as well. But you're going to see a lot of these countries and a lot of the people pushing to get Americans off of their soil, American military bases off of their soil, or at least the American military service members who are managing them off of their soil. And eventually America will retreat from all of these various regions. It will retreat from East Asia. It will retreat from Africa. It will retreat from the Middle East. It will leave all of these military bases just either abandoned, or the people who live there will then say, this is like an agreement that we're making where we will now be in charge of these military bases, but the American service members will be gone. And you'll see America just slowly retreat from its hundreds or thousands, I guess, of military bases across the world until it is only occupying military bases in our region. And eventually even those might have to get pulled back. But so, like I said, I never like to try to predict like, oh, this is when it's happening. Like it's happening right now. American empire is done. We're over. Like I mean, I do joke about America entering a century of humiliation or whatever. But I do like to say that like when it happens, it will look exactly like this. And so here, let's keep watching.
Across the region exposed. The Philippines once imported some 98% of its oil from the Middle East. In the weeks following the conflict, fuel prices more than doubled. The country was the world's first to declare an energy emergency.
It's people like the jeepney drivers of Manila, these public buses here, that have been hit the hardest.
I like the color schemes that they got on these public buses. They're pretty sick.
Rising oil prices have cut into profit margins. It's left some of them struggling to feed their families.
For drivers like Edgar, the crisis threatens his livelihood.
It's difficult because our earnings are very low now due to the high cost of fuel. Before, when fuel was cheap, we used to earn about 1,000 pesos, but now it's not even 500 pesos for the whole day.
Authorities have pledged cash relief for drivers.
Integrity says, good try, kid. I don't know who you're referring to, but
some worry domestic policy alone will not be enough.
The main author of this, no other than the Donald Trump. We hope that this the Donald Trump will stop all these war of aggressions against the people of the world.
The Department of Energy announced last month that some 180 million litres of diesel have arrived to buffer the country's fuel supply, as Manila deals with a distant crisis that has tangible consequences at home.
China is at the center.
Well, there you go, people. Yeah, that's what, man, I'm telling you. I think that that this is how the Iran war will end eventually, is with various places running out of gas, running out of oil. You start getting blackouts in European Western countries who are not used to that sort of thing. And the people starting to finally rise up and make real demands of their government to remove American military bases, American service members, American support. I do think that that's probably how it will end up ending. So, but it's probably still going to be a long conflict. So, be prepared for the long haul, people. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to what we got. We'll do this one. Putin-Xi meeting. So I guess directly after America's Trump's visit to Beijing, where he didn't really seem to get anything, as far as I'm aware. I didn't catch any, or I didn't see any news about actual trade deals, or the biggest fallout, I think, was a rhetorical defeat when it comes to Taiwan, where America is no longer saber rattling as much as it used to when it comes to Taiwan. So, but then I guess directly after that, Xi and Putin are meeting. I don't know if Xi went to Russia or if Putin went to China. Hopefully we'll get a sense from this one. But it does seem like on his face, like a little bit of a, a little bit of a show of solidarity towards America, of directly after meeting with Trump. She is we're gonna meet with China, or meet with Russia. So let's go ahead and see what Al Jazeera has to say about this.
Center of major diplomatic engagements for a second week. President Xi Jinping is hosting Russia's leader Vladimir Putin just days after welcoming US President Donald Trump. Beijing and Moscow have deepened their ties since the US launched a tariff war last year, and after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 prompted international sanctions against Russia. China is one of the few buyers of Russian oil, and Russia has emerged as a major supplier after Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The two leaders signed a...
Yeah, I think, as far as I know, is still all of the sanctions that we originally had against Russian oil are still off, right? So Russia is selling more oil than it ever has, or making more money than it ever has from oil, giving more of a lifeline to their war against Ukraine. So another, there's always second, third order consequences to, our acts of adventurism and military actions across the world. I assume that they understood that when they decided to go into this war. But to be honest, with the mental faculties that our current leadership has, potentially they didn't even think about it. I don't really know. But yeah, there's only so much, there's always ways around every one of America's actions, or there's negative second or third order consequences to our militarism every single time. And it's just a matter of time before we figure out what those are usually. But yeah, let's keep going.
A series of agreements to boost trade.
The world today is far from peaceful, with unilateralism and hegemonism posing profound dangers. The world faces the risk of regressing to the law of the jungle. My proposal to build a community with a shared future for mankind. And the 4 global initiatives have received widespread support from the international community, including Russia.
Russia and China are actively cooperating in the energy sector. Our country is one of the largest exporters of oil and natural gas, including liquefied natural gas, to China. We are, of course, ready to continue reliably supplying all these types of fuel to the rapidly growing Chinese market.
Well, to help us unpack all of this, I'm joined now by Wolfgang Pusztai. He's Austria's former defence attaché and a security policy and defence analyst. He joins us from Vienna. Thanks so much for being with us once again, Wolfgang. As we see, Putin's wrapped up the state visit to Beijing. What do you make of the timing of this visit? What does it tell us about what both men actually need right now from each other, given the Iran conflict is still ongoing? Donald Trump was just in Beijing, obviously, and then there's the issue of Ukraine as well.
Keeping in mind that Putin and Xi have met several times over the last years, this timing of the meeting is a very symbolic one. Just a couple of days ago, Trump tried to sell the world that he has successfully met Xi and that they have transformed their communications, their relations to a better approach for both countries. And right now, what we can see in Beijing is that obviously Russia is the much more important partner for China. Unsurprisingly, Russia is the much more important partner for China. And it's also the other way around.
We also had this joint declaration.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. That's kind of what I said at the beginning, is that I think that the timing of it is important. I think this is showing Chinese solidarity with Russia. I mean, we all know at this point that like America can't compete with China, right? America doesn't have the productive capabilities to be able to engage in any sort of long-term war with China or anything. So China is, you know, has essentially usurped well, I wouldn't say usurped America's role as the global hegemon at this point. It's only after America retreats, I think, from its force projection capabilities across the world that they would. But I would say that China has just as much like economic projection capabilities. Like they can impact the global economy at scales like even Iran can't even compete with. Like Iran can impact 20% of the world's oil supply, but if China shut down exports, it would be like game over for the entire world. Like it would be a crisis, an economic crisis, the likes of which we have never seen. And so in that regard, China has, like, I would say, just as much like projection capabilities as America does. So but at this point, I would say that they're kind of like rival superpowers, probably, where like relatively equal in terms of like strength and projection and all of that. But yeah, I do think that and also we should consider, like, why is it that Russia and China are so closely tied together, right? It's because of the sanctions regime. Same with Iran. Our sanction regime has put all of these countries that don't necessarily need to be antagonistic to America. They are, self-appointed enemies. Like America didn't have to become enemies with these countries. They are like enemies that we have chosen to make enemies for the sake of trying to maintain our hegemony, right? Sorry about that. So like, yeah, all of this is we're just living through a lot of the consequences now of our of our previous decisions, like I was talking about before, the second, third order consequences of every decision, both militarily, economically, with sanctions, all that sort of stuff that we made a long time ago. And in 20, 30 years, we'll be living through the the economic or military, like second, third order consequences of what we're currently doing right now with like Iran and stuff. So
there's warns of a return to the law of the jungle, as they put it. That's obviously incredibly strong language. Is that a genuine alarm about global instability at this point in time, or is it just cover for Russia and China to try and rewrite the rules of international order in their own favour?
Actually, I fully agree with Xi and Putin about the law of the jungle on the international global order. We have some good examples, but not only from Donald Trump, but also from Russia with regard of Ukraine, what we've just mentioned before, and also with regard to China. Just have a look at the South China Sea, have a look on the relationship with India and so on. So yes, the world is on the way back. Maybe probably it's already there, to a law of the jungle. But China and Russia are certainly not the most trustworthy players in this law of the jungle. They are exploiting the international law whenever it fits into their plans. And on the other side, I need to say that Donald Trump has obviously not understood that the international law can also serve the American national interests. He, not probably very wise, has given up on this important tool of diplomacy.
Yeah, he's retreated. He's retreated from international law as a tool of American empire. It's served its purpose in his view, I don't even think America retreating from the institutions that gave it the power that it did, was always going to happen near the end of American empire. And so because Donald Trump doesn't think that these institutions in any way benefited America, when in reality they were what gave America its power. And so he's retreating from that, whereas China is trying to project itself as a sense of a country of stability to try and sort of replace what America is kind of retreating from, kind of put itself out there as another option. But China doesn't, I don't think that China has any qualms with the understanding of international law as being one-sided or whatever. It is China is very much aware of how international law has been historically weaponized by the West against any of its enemies. And so I think that China might not talk that much about international law, or maybe it does, and I just don't really pay that much attention to it. But really, it I think just uses phrases more like we want to engage in economic diplomacy instead of militarism, those sorts of phrases, without even really pointing to international law as the reason for doing so, which, I mean, I don't know whether it's a good strategy or a bad strategy. I get a little frustrated with China sometimes because I don't think that they use their the power that they do have, that they don't fully acknowledge that they have, but the power that they do have to actually impact the world meaningfully for causes like human rights and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. The international law thing, though, international law is it's gone. It's donezo. It's bye-bye. It's the dodo bird, man. It does not exist anymore. So we need to find a way to create stability and limit the atrocities and war crimes that powerful countries are able to exert outside of the confines of international law. So hopefully China can find some way to do that. Unfortunately, I don't think these sorts of institutions that are used to try to protect the civilians from the worst impulses of empire are going to be built back anytime soon. I don't think it'll be until after a full scale Third World War, or huge collapse, economic global collapse or something, that maybe after that we might see a rebuilding of institutions. But I think it's going to be a little while.
How do you think that China in particular might try and exploit this, as you say?
They are exploiting the international law, their interpretation of the international law, especially with regard to Africa, with regard to free trade, with regard to their silkworm road towards Europe, and also on the Middle East. They insist on a free flow of oil and gas, of course, through the Strait of Hormuz, ignoring that this free flow of oil under the current circumstances, under Iranian supremacy, has significant disadvantages, not only for the West, but also for the Arab Gulf states and for main competitors of China like India and Japan.
How much of this China-Russia partnership is actually genuine? Or
I don't think China cares that much about the Strait of Hormuz being owned and operated by Iran. I think that they've just come to accept that that's just going to be a fact. And I don't think it matters that much to them. Why should they care? If Iran sets up a tolling system, why should they care? I that's something that I don't think they care about at all.
Or as much of it political posturing, and is there an element that this represents a real and deepening military strategic alignment that the Western leaders like Donald Trump, could potentially be losing sleep over?
This alignment makes absolutely sense for both of them. China needs cheap energy. China has understood that one of the reasons for the German Wirtschaftswunder from the 1970s onward to sustain this Wirtschaftswunder was cheap energy from the Soviet Union. If China really gets now cheap, far below under the global market prices, energy, especially gas from Russia, this is a tremendous advantage for them, and they will exploit this. On the other side, Russia doesn't have a lot of a choice. They need China because it's their only one really reliable global partner. On the other side, Trump did everything to destroy this image of the United States as a global reliable partner. What he and his quarrels with Europe signal to China is that the United States is not a reliable ally anymore. And this is certainly something China appreciates to hear, especially with regard to Taiwan.
Okay, thank you so much, Wolfgang. As always, fascinating to get you.
I didn't know that. Is Xi, how tall is Xi? Because like I kind of assumed that him and Vladimir would be like the same height, so he's kind of height mogging him right here. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like I think the main takeaway that I'm having is that we're just living through the, you know, those, like I said, those second, third order consequences of the sanctions regime that we put up in the past. And these types of things, the impacts of our initial decisions or how we decide to act as a global empire, they are never cost free. There is always a cost associated with them. Same with like what we're doing right now. There is going to be a cost associated with it, whether we see it now or in 10 years or 20 years. You know, we'll see, but we'll see what those consequences are. But like Putin and Xi getting, you know, more and more closely aligned, more people, more countries across the world looking for alternatives to America for their defense agreements, alternatives for America for their financial agreements. Like these are all consequences of our sanctions regime. And so we'll see what happens in the future. Okay, let's move on to more domestic stuff. We're going to watch this video now about I think that the IRS, like there was a settlement or something made with the IRS from Trump, with, I forget what it was about. Like maybe they released his tax returns or something. I can't remember. But yeah, so there was some sort of settlement made where they're going to open up a new like a new slush fund essentially that anyone that Donald Trump like decides deserves the money for political persecution, I think is the alleged like reason that they would use for giving people money. But essentially it's just a slush fund for Donald Trump to pick and choose who he wants to give money to. So let's go ahead and watch this video about this is from Morning Joe, one of the most annoying TV shows that exist. But we're going to watch this video and we'll see about this $1 billion slush fund for people who beat the hell out of cops. And we know Morning Joe loves his cops, man. And he goes and sucks off the cop he sucks off a cop every single morning as a part of his Morning Joe broadcast. That's what he does. No, I'm just kidding about that. But he does. He is very pro cop.
We're not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. We're trying to give money, not give money, we're trying to compensate people where the book was thrown at them, they were mistreated by the legal system. Let's turn the page on this thing that we did under the last administration where we tried to throw people in prison because they had the wrong politics. Let's throw people in prison who broke the law. I think this fund is a good part of getting justice for the people who were wrongly treated.
Something tells me that they're not going to be using this for any sort of like, I don't know, like left-wing activists or something. Like I don't think that they're going to be sending any of this money to like Palestinian, the people who were doing the Palestinian encampments on colleges who were like thrown in prison and shit. Like, I don't think that any of them are going to be seeing any of this money. Maybe the next administration will, but not this one.
What are your thoughts about this weaponization fund from the president at this point?
Yeah, not a big fan. And I'm not sure exactly how they intend to use it, but
My understanding is that was just announced, and but yeah, I don't see a purpose for that. I don't see a purpose for that.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune with that criticism. Before that, Vice President J.D. Vance actually defending this, and he went on saying, I just don't understand why we help some people who get arrested, but not rioters who try to overthrow a presidential election. Protesters. This is, of course, I believe the same J.D. Vance who said, oh, no, we would never, the president, I'm sure, would never, ever pardon people that beat up cops. Well, not only did he do that, but he pardoned them, and now he's created a slush fund. Yes.
Oh, and by the way, okay, look, I'm going to give my personal opinion on the January 6th stuff. Do I think that I think that in general, for most of the people there, not most, I'm going to say like a significant portion of them, they should have, if they weren't, I don't know exactly what all was thrown at them in terms of charges, but I would say trespassing was like the primary thing. But there were a lot of people who were there that engaged in like violent acts, violent rhetoric towards politicians, and potentially should have been charged with like more stuff, and had to serve a longer jail time for that purpose. I do think that some of the people, though, were just trespassing. The people, if you just walked into the Capitol and you were just like walking around like a sheep who doesn't know where to go and just like we're just kind of like hanging out, like I don't think that you need to be in jail for more than like, I don't know, 6 months or something. Like I think that would be fine. The problem is there were also obviously people who like engaged in actual violence against like police officers or whatever, which by the way, I'm no fan of cops. Okay. It is always funny that the people who are like, if you are a right winger, you are allowed to do so much worse than any sort of like left winger. Like if a left winger actually like attacked and like beat a cop in the same way that like these people did, dear God, they would be in jail for life. Like, but yeah, I don't know. So some of them, I think it's just on an individual basis. But they were essentially all pardoned, even the ones who committed violent acts. And we've learned since then that most of them are just criminals. Like they've been arrested multiple times. There's been a ton of instances of people getting arrested for shooting someone, for like running, I think like running away from cops, or like who arrest them for like a speeding violation or whatever. Like and then obviously there's been a steady stream of these people being found to have like CSAM and stuff. Like there seems to be a direct correlation to if you were at the January 6th riot and whether you have CSAM on your computer at home. Like I don't know why that well, I could probably guess why there's a correlation there, but it is the party of Donald Trump, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, but this is ridiculous though. Creating a slush fund, because like, while I'm sure that like they will, because Donald Trump does feel like some sort of obligation to, like, he did feel some sort of obligation to use some of his political capital to get these people out of jail after being put in jail for the crimes, some of them for the crimes they committed, some of them maybe had the book thrown at him. I don't know, but he did feel like an obligation to like pardon everybody who participated in that. This is just like going above and beyond, though, creating a fund for whoever the president sees as being a politically persecuted. Like I said, this is never going to be used for like people who actually face political persecution, like real, true, honest political persecution. Like I said at the beginning, the people who valiantly went out there on campuses to try to protest against the Palestinians genocide. Like those people, a lot of them were thrown in jail, and I don't think that any of this money will ever see any of them. Like there are political persecutions. Don't get me wrong. There are actual like who we choose to throw the book at versus who we don't. It's just usually that persecution is pretty one-sided. It goes like one direction generally, and it's usually towards like it's usually towards like left-wing activists, in my personal opinion. There's no institutional bias against like even J6ers or like Trump MAGA Republicans. There's no institutional bias against those policies or like the things that they believe in and the actions that they take. But there is institutional bias against anything that could be deemed like anti-capitalist, anti-power, like anti-pedobillionaire, like any of those sorts of things tend to I think have an actual like biased sort of like policing, like throwing people in jail sort of thing. Also, like I don't think they're ever going to use this money for like people who were thrown in jail for like drug charges during the war on drugs or anything either. So I don't know. Let's listen to a little bit more of it. I'm kind of rambling at this point.
You've got to assume a $1.8 billion slush fund for people that beat the hell out of cops. Why do we say that? Because Donald Trump was asked, Mr. President, is this going to be even for people who beat the hell out of cops? And the president said, we're going to have a fine commission to determine whether these people.
This is the classic lib shit, though, where they are like they're trying to manipulate people into like who are pro cop or pro law enforcement to try to. Like, it's the same way that they talked about the January 6th, right? They always framed it as like they attacked our cops, or like the same. They do the same shit with the troops. Like they try to be like, oh, they're actually anti-American and attacking our troops, which I mean, it might be a good argument for a lot of people, but it's not a good argument for me. I don't really care that much just because I don't like cops. Personally, but I do think that there's a little bit of a difference, I guess, because they are the cops were in that case not doing anything wrong, but they are in the institution of policing, which the cops' usual job is to go and beat the shit out of protesters. So it is kind of, I guess, ironic that the cops in this particular circumstance got the shit kicked out of them by protesters. I just wish that the protesters were protesting something better.
People, and including those who beat the hell out of cops, are going to get this money. I mean, Mika, this is just, again, it's just so extraordinarily outrageous. You have the president talking again about this $1 billion Marie Antoinette ballroom that it was perfectly fine. We had security, we had facilities to keep the president secure, and then he tore down the East Wing. Said, oh, it's not going to cost anything. Now it's going to cost over $1 billion. They can say it's for security, but it's happening because the president wanted to create a Marie Antoinette ballroom. And now, on top of that,
I'd like it better if he called it Jeffrey Epstein Ballroom, but I don't think these people would go. They don't like to make the association between Epstein and our like. Just like our institutions of power or whatever, which I think that if they wanted to be more effective in their messaging, they would say it's the Epstein Ballroom. I think Kyle Kalinske calls it that a lot, and I think that that's a much better framing than Marie Antoinette, which like 90% of Americans probably don't even know who the fuck that is. But it's probably there's probably more than that, I guess. But a lot of Americans don't really know or care that much about history, so it probably, I mean, I guess people know the like cake one or whatever, the cake line. I don't know if people know that was her though. Let me make sure that I'm right though. Let them eat cake. Is that yeah, it is Marie Antoinette. Yeah. So okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to be I didn't want to show off my America, my American idiocy, as I'm talking about how Americans are idiots. So,
while people are struggling to pay their groceries, The people are struggling to put gas in their cars. People are struggling to pay their rent. We got this $1 billion Marie Antoinette ballroom now that they're talking about funding, and a $1 billion plus sludge fund for people who beat the hell out of cops. It is a slush fund, a weaponization slush fund for supporters of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the Republican Party. And again, you've just got to say, with all-time low, hey, Republicans, listen, you have all
Sorry, I was distracted. I was looking at X.com. He got my attention back.
Vance and the Republican Party. And again, you've just got to say, with all-time low, hey, Republicans, listen, you have all-time low approval ratings. You are getting wiped out.
You know who also has all-time low approval ratings? The Democratic Party. Yeah, I mean, everybody. I mean, I said before in a previous segment or whatever, but the Republicans, like, they are unpopular right now. They are historically unpopular, and the Democrats aren't doing anything at all to capitalize on it. So I would just be skeptical. They're like, don't expect Democrats to they always find a way to lose, man. They always find a way to lose. I think Republicans are just kind of banking on that at this point.
By Democrats in every poll that's coming out. And you're blindly going along with a Marie Antoinette ballroom that these taxpayers who can't afford groceries are going to have to fund with their own tax dollars. A war that keeps going on and on and on and on that they're going to have to fund, even though they can't afford to put gas in their car. And you've got a $1 billion plus slush fund that I guarantee you will go, if the past is prologue, to people who beat the hell out of cops. For people who beat the hell out of cops. Take your support the blue flags.
Oh, my poor cops. The poor cops. They're not used to getting beaten. They're used to doing the beating. Both at home and at their job. They practice beating up protesters so they can go home and do it to their wives, I guess. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't care that much about cops, but I do think they're going to use this to give they're just going to give the money to whoever they want. If anything, I don't even necessarily think it's going to be actually used for what Trump is saying it's going to be used for. I think that he's just straight up going to give money to whoever he feels like giving money to through this fund. It's going to be like his son, or it's going to be like maybe like Rudy Giuliani, or like I don't know, maybe he doesn't care that much about Rudy Giuliani anymore, but like it's just going to be his friends and his buddies, I think, that he's going to give most of this money to.
Down, because you're just full of it. You're full of it because, unlike me, who supports cops, whether they're at the Capitol or whether they're on Main Street in any U.S. town, you just kind of support cops when Donald Trump tells you to support cops.
Right.
But not the Capitol Hill.
But no shit. Oh my God, dude. This is so annoying. Yeah, because, okay, you support cops, Joe Scarborough, because cops protect your money. That's their primary job, is to protect money. So yeah, you support cops like institutionally out of principle. I don't think also he understands that a lot of the people who are out there doing like attacking the Capitol, a lot of them were cops. Like there were a lot of cops there, man. It was cops, small business owners, and boat dads. That was like the primary demographics of people who went to attack the Capitol. Like, so like, I don't know. This is like an annoying argument. Just because, like, I'm sure there are cops that he doesn't like or whatever as well. Like, you could point to some that, you know, do crimes or whatever that he doesn't like, but he just really likes the institution of cops. And Republicans also like the institution of cops, but they are, I mean, they like it more, I think, rhetorically. And I think that they also care less about hypocrisy or whatever. So when a cop doesn't agree with them, then they're like, fuck you, you can go die or whatever. Like, so I don't know.
You were such cowards, you refused to even put up a plaque honoring the dead, honoring those cops that were so brutalized and torn to shreds that they went home and had PTSD and killed themselves because you sat there and cowered, and now you won't support them, and now you're going to pay the people who killed the cops.
Dude, he's getting so mad, man.
Good morning, America.
I mean, he's getting so mad. I don't know, man. This argument, it just doesn't work on me because I do not like cops. So, I mean, I'm just different than I have a different ideology than these people. I don't necessarily think that we don't need some form of like law enforcement for violent crime. But I just recognize that the cops were created, you know, out of the remnants of like the Klan or whatever, right? And like I understand that their primary purpose is to beat the shit out of protesters who are trying to advocate for the working class. Like that's the primary purpose of cops. I do think that we need some form of policing for violent crime, but also cops don't need to be out there, you know, doing like they don't need to be out there like handling stuff that doesn't involve violence or whatever as well. Like same with like traffic or drug enforcement or whatever, right? Like those don't need to be cops doing that job. But yeah, I don't know. This is just becoming a me ranting about cop session at this point. I wanted to talk more about like the slush fund. Maybe they'll talk a little bit more about it afterwards because I wanted to hear more details about it.
Right, Ka.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well because I will tell you, Republicans in Congress aren't doing well. If they sit back and allow this slush fund to move forward, like they're allowing the Marie Antoinette Ballroom to move forward, like they're allowing continued funding without any oversight of this war. How many billions? How many billions are we at right now that taxpayers are paying for this war?
Probably hundreds of billions.
Really wanted. That the overwhelming majority.
Well, Joe Scarborough. I think a lot of people in the political elites wanted this war. It's been planned. This war has been planned for 30 years. And also, Joe Scarborough, how anti-Semitic of you. That is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard, because there is one country who definitely wanted this war, and it is Israel. And how dare you go against this war? This is anti-Semite of the year, Joe Scarborough, who dares to go against the great, glorious nation state of Israel and say that we shouldn't be in this war. How dare you, Joe?
Americans are against just billions and billions and billions of dollars. And the president, Mika, as I said yesterday, he could go out and explain this. Instead of just like, ranting in front of a microphone, he could sit down and have a speech and talk about the dangers of a nuclear Iran and the sacrifices it will take. He just won't do it.
No, he won't do it.
Okay, this is turning into something. I don't know, man. This segment, I feel like I kind of botched it. I'm not going to lie. Because all I did was just complain about cops the whole time. I wanted to talk about the slush fund. I wanted to talk more about the slush fund. I mean, I guess I talked about it a little bit, but like I said, I think that it's just going to be used for Donald Trump to just give away money to whoever he feels like. I don't even think it's really going to be used to give away money to the January 6ers or anything. Maybe it will, but like I said, he did use some of his political capital to get these people out of jail, which usually Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about you once you've been used as a pawn for him, right? But I think he saw, political power on the other side of freeing all of these all of these cop punchers and criminals and apparently pedophiles, freeing them all from jail and putting them back on our street. He saw some sort of political upsides from doing that, and so there's a chance that maybe he'll see some political upside from giving them a bunch of money too. But I think what's more likely though is that he's just going to give it to his friends, buddies, and family. Okay, let's move on. I wanted to talk about, man, it's already at 2 hours. Oof, I'm moving a little slow today. Or I'm probably just talking too much. Maybe I'll skip that. I kind of just want to play some video games now, people. Let me see if we got anything on X.com. Nothing I'm really seeing. Okay, sorry. I'm looking at stuff off screen. Okay, yeah. I think I just kind of want to game for a little bit. I'm not feeling. I don't really want to do any more news stuff. So, if you're watching, if you are here just for news stuff, you know, I think we're going to move on to video games. I'm just going to do some runs and Slay the Spire. But if you want to stay and hang out and maybe watch me play some video games, you're welcome to do that too. So we're gonna switch it up a little bit today, people. Let me get Slay the Spire up and running. Let's see. And we'll do the gaming setup. Oops, that's not quite right. There we go. Okay, let me turn up the audio too. I think like around 60, maybe 70 actually, was what I did last time. I think it turned out okay. Okay. So, okay, people, we're going into gaming, but I gotta use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, people, I'm back. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do some gaming now. We're just gonna hang out, do some casual gaming, and chill because that's what I feel like doing. So I guess let me go ahead and show you guys where I'm at. I beat 10 Ascension 10 with Ironclad. So now I'm working on the Silent. I have Ascension 4 right now. Also, if anybody wants to like ask, if you're hanging out or if you want to like ask me questions or talk about like politics or talk about anything really, feel free to like leave some comments or leave some chats, and you know, we can just hang out, do some casual gaming, and I can, you know, answer whatever questions people have. But let's go ahead and get right into it. We're going into the Silent. Okay, what do we want to start with? I like getting a rare card at the beginning a lot of times because I think that can, you know, really set up your strategy. Like it gives you an obvious strategy to go for right from the beginning. So I might go ahead and start with that. Let's see what we got. Take an injury. All of these are good. I think After Image is probably my favorite to get block. So... But this one's also really good. Surf and Form is really good as well. But I'm going to go with After Image. So that'll get me defense every time I play cards, which means I'm going to be going for a Shiv, like draw zero value card deck or whatever, or 0 energy card deck. Not a great path here. I guess maybe that one will work. Okay, we're going to go up to the left. Okay, what do we got? A Pompadour guy. Fuzzy Worm Crawler. We'll use that, and we'll just defend. I guess I probably actually didn't need to do that because I could do this. Oh well, it's fine. It's not like I'm gonna lose any HP on this fight. It's also only Ascension 4, so, you know. Okay, we'll just strike, and I'll do that. Maybe, let me see. I should probably change this size down a little bit more for gaming. And let me, let me see if I can, nope, that's not right. I'm trying to adjust the chat box now to be a little bit. There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. I don't think I'm covering up anything really anymore. Maybe if I get more cards, I might be covering up something, but if that happens, I can find a new spot to throw my face at. Actually, I guess I could go up like here or something, but I don't know. I kind of like it down in the bottom right. Okay, let's keep going. We'll go and do this, get rid of that. We'll do that. Actually, man, I might be over defensing. I might have been able to get 2 attacks off there. Okay, well, I thought I wasn't going to lose any HP. Okay, I'll probably be fine because I get a free attack turn here. And then next turn, I should be able to hopefully get 3 attacks. Yeah, okay, we're good. No HP lost. A 0 card is probably the best. Draw and discard, sure. $53 gold. Random relic. I don't know if I want to have... I guess I can remove it pretty quickly. But I already have to remove this. Or I already probably will remove that, I guess I should say. I'm not gonna... I think I'm just gonna go with the 53 gold. Oops. Oh, I almost clicked the wrong one. Okay. 7 max HP. I always forget. What does Birdonis hatch into? Birdonis egg. Birdonis. What's the card? Okay, it deals 14 damage, 18 damage upgrade. It's a 0 attack card though. That's a good card. Let's go ahead and take that. I almost never take the Birdonis egg just because I always forget what it does and I'm like, I don't feel like looking it up because I'm lazy. Okay, what do we got? Cards. Nothing that important. A draw is good, but I don't know if it's worth 78 gold. That's an okay card as well, but I think I'll just go with the removal. Get rid of one of our curse. Draw, is it worth 78? That's the question. I'm not going to be buying anything for a while. Unless I get, unless one of the question marks is. I only have 2 more question mark event spaces, so, I don't think it's worth it. I'm just gonna wait. I can maybe get one of those cards upgraded later on or something. Torque toughness. Now that's I usually like this card a lot. However, a cost 2 is a little bit. Do we have any cost 2 cards? No. I was gonna say I almost never get Slither either. I guess I'll just go with Peck. I don't know. Maybe I will get Torque Toughness, because with a bunch of 0-point cards, occasionally you want to use up some energy. We'll just do it. Okay, there we go. Okay, 2 of 8 or Chosen Cheese. I think I'm gonna go 2 of 8. We're pretty early on. We can probably get something good. Okay, a Shiv, probably. And a deflect, probably. Yeah, that seems good. So if I went up this way, I'd get a bunch of elites. Elites aren't that hard on A4 from my experience. If I go up this way, I get non-elites, but I get a bunch of upgrades. I'm going to go... I think I'm going to go the elite path. I'm going to get some relics. I think that I can do it. But we'll see. Those famous last words, right? Although I guess I won't have an option to hatch my dude until here. Nah. I think it's still worth it. I think it's still worth it. Okay. Sure. Okay. After image, neutralize, defend, attack. Because I'll probably need another. With 2, that would just be 2, yeah. There we go. I always love when I don't even have to think, I guess. I just use every card that, when I have enough energy to just use every card and I don't have to think about order is nice. I think with 2 attacks, a shiv, and a deflect, I should get up to enough defense. Oh, definitely. Okay. Attack. Remove all artifact and block from the enemy. Apply 2 vulnerable. Or get shiv. I think this one is pretty good. I like getting some vulnerable, although this isn't a consistent way to do it because it does exhaust. But also removing blocks sometimes comes in handy, so I'm going to take it. Okay, so here's the... Now I actually have to make a decision. I think I'm just going to stick... I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for the elite. If things are going really badly by here, I can decide to go up this route and just then I can heal and probably make it. So let's do this. Hopefully things won't go real bad though. That's my goal. We'll just apply vulnerable right off the bat, I think. Get rid of that. And then we'll strike, and shiv. Okay. By 1 week. That doesn't really matter though. And then I guess let's see what we got from our attack potion. Deal 8 damage X times. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. That'll get his HP down pretty far while he's weak or while he's vulnerable. So we're down to like half HP, and now he starts attacking this turn. 23. We'll just try to defend through as much of it as possible. But at this point, it's sort of necessary to sacrifice some health to some extent to continue getting his HP down. But this might not be good, actually. Okay, yeah, the weak is definitely really helpful. Okay, that's not bad. That was a good turn. 0 HP taken. 23. Okay, well this will be an okay turn, I think. Yeah, 20, so take 3 HP. 21. We can kill him with this, I think. Nice. Not too bad. Lost 14 HP. I think I'm going to go with this one. Blade Dance. We need more shivs to get more out of our defense thing. I forget what it's called. After image. What was that? Procure 2 random potions when you rest. I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't think this is going to be possible. I think I was a little bit overzealous with that one. Unless I get something that allows me to heal to full, which obviously this is not. So, okay. I think we're going the safe route that I had kind of planned as a backup. Oh, that festive popper. I was like, that comes in handy in the early game for sure. It doesn't come as much in handy in the later game. I don't even need to, well, I guess I might as well. Actually, no. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Why not? Another one of those. I'm just gonna skip these. I don't, well, I guess it exhausts. Do I want multiple of these? It's like multiple chances for vulnerable. If I get some more draw, it's not that bad. And I think I will eventually get more draw, so I'm gonna take that. We're gonna go for double. God, I think we have to rest. It's going okay. I mean, I don't even know if there's anybody watching right now, but... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, we got a lot of hobbies. But yeah, right now I'm just doing a gaming stream. Okay, that was my wife talking about wife stuff. You know how it is. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, wife stuff like, why'd you go to sleep so early last night? We were supposed to do some keys for World of Warcraft. Classic wife stuff. Oh man, it is kind of covering the card still. My face is. My beautiful face. Okay, I think I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move people. What up here? Either that or I could go up here. You guys don't need to see the settings or map stuff. I could just go top right. Top right isn't bad, right? I am gonna move the chat though. I think chat would be good over on the left over here. Okay, there you go. I think that's not bad. You got chat on the left, you got me on the right. I don't think I'm covering anything important except for the amount of cards I have, I guess. Or I could go right here. I just don't know if I like not being in a corner. We'll go right here. I think it's fine. I'll see if I like this or not. I don't like it. I can't. Sorry. It has to be in a corner. Maybe my internal, you know, autism or something is getting in the way of me doing a better way of doing it, but I need it to be in a corner. It has to be. Okay, what are we going to do here? Expose. I think we should expose this guy probably. We just need one defensive move to use this turn. If we have one attack. Let's just use Torque Toughness. That'll set me up for next turn, and then we'll attack. If you ever hear the music go out, by the way, that's because I'm clicking off the tab I'm playing, or I'm like opening up a something on a Chrome tab or whatever. Okay. Let's see here. Easy turn. Okay, we should get this guy out of the way next turn, but then he's gonna boost up. I think it should be fine. I'll probably get rid of this because we're gonna kill that guy for sure. And then I think my after image should get me the rest of the way. Well, definitely. So we'll attack him. Expose this guy. Cool. Okay, what do we got? Okay. Let's see. We can neutralize him. Be prepared. Yeah, we'll need that. Okay, defend, attack, attack. Attack, attack. That's a band. I think. I never really got into them though. I think I saw him live once though. Well, this is a pointless turn. I guess I can set up a little. Silent kind of thick though, you know? Have you ever noticed that? He's got some like some thunder thighs. I didn't even know that the Silent was a girl until I think Slay the Spire 2. All of Slay the Spire 1, I always thought the Silent was a dude. And then it's only in Slay the Spire 2 that I finally realized that she's a girl. But yeah, there you go, people. I don't know what made me notice that right now, but let's see. Easy peasy. I'm getting distracted. I need to focus. Okay, this is gamer time. This is not this is not the hour of thirst. This is the hour of gaming. Okay, let's see. Oh no, I like skill. I think I'd rather have vulnerable than poison. So let's take that and add 3 shivs, reduce this card. This is a good one. I like this guy. Okay, 47 HP. I think I'll be okay. Maybe. So let's go ahead and we'll just apply vulnerable right off the bat, I think. Yeah, let's apply vulnerable right off the bat, and we'll apply more vulnerable right there. Set up with after image, and set up for the next turn with Orc, with the donut. And then, okay, get through this. There we go. Almost blocked the whole thing. 1 damage. And then hopefully we can get him down this turn so we don't take any more of these status cards. Okay, so we're going to start with this. And then I guess I should just use the attacks, honestly. Because the shivs are only 4 damage, so... Nice. Oops. Okay. We'll just go for the front guy. I think it's first and third attack first on this turn. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Let's see. We can definitely take out this guy. And then I guess we can expose this other dude. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably should have saved the vulnerable because it goes away once you defeat his big form and he separates. into wrigglers. The wrigglers. I'm gonna just go ahead and do this, and then I'm gonna neutralize and then defend. Although I guess I should have done it on probably a different one, on like one of the boosted guys, but whatever. I wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. This, I can't, or no, I would have. Okay, I probably could have saved some HP. Let's see if we can mitigate this. Draw 2 cards, leg sweep, gain 11, gain 11 black, that's good. Okay. Let's do it on this guy. And then we should be good now. Nice. Okay, up my sleeve. Yeah. Get rid of that. 6, 10, 14 exactly. Okay, easy peasy. I think I lost 1 HP that whole fight, man. The strat's doing pretty good so far. I'm feeling pretty good about it. If I could get some attacks, that'd be great. Okay. 1 attack. All I need is 2 strikes. That's all. Come on. Thank you. Strike. Strike. There we go. Plating, not bad. Shivs are, yeah, okay. That one boosts your first shiv each turn, which I will almost always have at least 1 shiv per turn with the current cards I have, so. Okay, what do I want to get rid of? I don't have After Image yet. I do have Plating though, so I just need 8 defense to mitigate everything, but no, I'll only need 1 defend to mitigate everything, so let's get rid of this one. Let's do this. Neutralize. Cloak and Dagger. That'll be my defend, and then we'll do this. Strike, shiv, 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 shiv. What's this guy called? Fine Shambler. It's a cool looking design. He ain't got no eyes though. What do we got? Remove all artifacts and apply. We're just gonna have to, we'll set up a little and defend. Come on. I just need 2 attacks next turn. 2 strikes. But I can't use both of them. Man, okay. So this costs 2. I think this will kill him. Along with this. Oh, crap. Oh, they do want... Oh, no! Oh, no! I don't want to lose HP on this fight. I made a stupid mistake there. I didn't know that the generated cards would also get that whatever vine thing on it. So I'm going to go ahead and restart that fight. That was a big old oopsie for me. Okay, same thing I did last time, at the start at least. I mean, I think that my initial strat was good. Get rid of that. We're going to use this. That'll be my defense. We'll use that. I got my plating on. Oh, I probably should have done that first. Oh well. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I think he's 1 HP higher technically because I forgot to use the vulnerable first, but okay. So this one, torque toughness, we'll just keep that going. Okay, same exact situation as last time, except this time I'm not going to be an idiot. So I think, okay, the first, but I can't. So I won't be able to defeat him this turn. So let's see. This will be 5. So +1, 6. Or wait, so I'm at 7. I'll be able to mitigate like most of it by doing this and an attack, and then I can save this for later. So let's do that. Because then the 2, that'll give me up to 14. So I'll only take 2 HP. I mean, I could have mitigated it all with the potion, but I think I'm just going to save the potion. Those are some of my least favorite potions anyway, though, that gain the 1 turn dexterity or strength ones. I'm not a huge fan of those. There we go. I guess I didn't need to defend. Okay, finisher would be okay. It's a pretty... we got a lot of cards, though. I would like to get some of these upgraded. But I have to hatch it. 14 damage. 0 cost, 14 damage. I think it's a good one for this strat. Okay, here we go. First boss. We'll start with... So that's 13. Mitigate, and then I'll gain 4 from this, so I'm already at 10. If I do... We'll do that. And I think I'll save... And never mind. I'll just use both of them right off the bat on this guy to speed up the initial kill of the boosted one. Okay. Bird swoop, defense neutralize. Come on. Yeah, okay. Neutralize that guy. 21. Torque. I didn't... Oh, I get a little bird with me too. In the animations. That's fun. Okay, and then I'll just use both of them. So mitigate all of that. Nice. I wasn't even doing math that turn, so. Okay. We'll probably get rid of this one. And then we'll do this. And this. Okay, 3, 6, 9, 12. But against him, it's 16. So we'll do boom, 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 and then we'll do boom. Nice. Okay. Going pretty good so far. Okay, I think this one we're just gonna... Yeah, this one's easy. We'll just do this and then this. Because we'll get enough defense from after image on that. Okay, cool. Nice. Kakwa! Is this like... No. Okay, never mind. Sometimes I feel like they kind of reuse the bosses from the previous game, but they just like animated them differently. And I'm like, I'm trying to think if this reminds me of any of the bosses from the first Slay the Spire. Not off the top of my head, though. Okay, so we can take out this guy. Yeah, and then I'll take a couple damage, but it's fine. I think that I should be able to beat him pretty easily. Okay. Neutralize. I don't think I'll really even need Torque Toughness this turn. Just because of the amount of defense I'll be getting from after image. Yeah, just 1 HP loss. Okay. Like what? I'll just go and use it now. Okay. This should be a pretty good turn. Use this. Use that. Then we can just use all the rest of them too. Yeah, easy. Nice turn. Okay. Neutralize. Okay. Yep, we're doing pretty good. I mean, it is only Ascension 4, so I hope I'll beat it. I think it would be, at this point, after playing Ascension 10 or whatever, it's like, if I don't beat Ascension 4, I would be pretty disappointed in myself, but... okay, let's see. We got Strike. I think I'm gonna go for Serpent form. Serpent form. Serpent? Is it Serpent or Serpent? I feel like I've always said Serpent. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one. That'll go very good with my current strats. Two uncommon and one rare card. I don't need any more cards right now. Retain, gain 2-star. Exhaust. Okay. This thing is, I feel like it's almost always OP. Am I wrong? Like, I feel like this particular one, especially once you upgrade it, Archaic Tooth or whichever, the ones that upgrade your specialty cards from the start of the run, I feel like it's always like crazy OP. So I'm going to go for that one. Because when you boost it, when you upgrade it, it goes up to like 5 week. Like it applies weak for essentially the entire fight, basically. I think I'm seeing a good path. Yeah. Okay. We'll go this way. Okay. Can only do 9 per thing, so let's go ahead and take out this guy. I already have 4 plating, so I don't have to be that careful or anything. Do I want to... Yeah, I don't even need to use it on that guy. Although it would save me an attack. Okay, I think it would be beneficial. So let's do this. 9. And then maybe we can take out both of them. Oh yeah, okay, easy. And then, yeah, this is, man, this is like the easiest fight of my life. There we go. Barely even had to think. Nah. I got too many cards already. I need to start upgrading them, so... Remove 2 cards from your deck, add normality. Oof. Only if I had a... I guess maybe. I mean, I am going to go this path, so I can remove it pretty quickly. Perfect Pit, so we could always get a card back. That could be useful too. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for this. I think I can get to the hopefully I'll get to the shop before before I get into a fight, but let's see. Nice, that's one down. Random relic, remain, give. Oh, I don't even like colorless potion really, so. Gorget. Obtain 2 random. No, I like Gorget. Is that how you say it? What is that? A gorget? Gorget? Pronunciation. Gorget.
Gorget.
Gorget. There you go. Gorget. Can you hear that?
Gorget.
Yeah, you can hear that. Okay. Gorget. Gorget. Okay. No, I like Gorget. So I think I'm just going to get rid of the colorless potion. Okay, we're getting 15 gold. Come on, no fight. Nice. Oh, double. Okay. We get double removal then if I want. At the start of each combat. No. That would be okay. Thorns are just whatever. No. Okay, I'm just gonna do a removal. I mean, the potions I can check out, I guess. I don't think I need them. Okay, and then we're gonna do a double removal this time. Assuming there's nothing else that I really want. I mean, backflip isn't bad. Strangle, I don't need another card in my deck right now. Yeah, we're just gonna remove another one. We'll get rid of another attack. Okay. Let's get some upgrades going. That makes it innate. That boosts the amount of damage you're doing. This is always good though, man. 17 damage. That goes up to 18. I guess I can do this too. Add 4 shivs. Ah, fuck, dude. What do I want to do? I mean, having that innate would be helpful. My deck is pretty big. That's probably the best move. Then we're going this way. We'll just maybe use this right off the bat. After image. Get him weakened. Deflect. So it's going to do 14. I think we can do this. Yeah, I'm already at 14. So now it's going to do 13. Oof, the days though. I always kind of forget that this guy adds a daze for every attack you hit. Which is going to be bad for my particular strat, unless I can get him killed real fast. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to be going through all of the dazed at the end of here, though, probably. Okay. Yeah, this ain't good. Whatever. That thorns would be nice right about now, though. Maybe I should have bought that thorn potion after all. I think that we can maybe kill him this turn. So I'm not going to bother with Serpent Form. Okay, cool. Not the worst. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Nah, none of those matter. Nice. Well, I wish I would have gotten it earlier, I guess, but still. Okay, so we're going to go up this path, and then depending on whether I want to go to the shop or go up this way for events, I'll probably end up going this way. If I really feel like it, I'll hit another elite up on the way, but, okay, let's do it. Or actually, I probably won't want to go to the shop because I'll spend all my money at the shop right before it anyway. I'm going to heal up. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to skip that. Okay. Well, oopsies. For those unaware, you can also do the save and quit strats for any, like any event space as well, if you accidentally misclick or something like I just did right there. That buffer is going to be nice. And I just forgot that I had that relic for getting potions when I rest, so. Okay, let's go this way. Probably another removal if I had to guess. This is a good card, though. If it was upgraded, I would get it. Oh wait, I can't remove anything. Should I get it? I'm gonna... I guess... You know what? I will get it. I think it comes in handy. I need a draw card, though. That's what I need more than anything. I don't think it's worth it, actually. I might just throw this right off the bat. Get him down weaker. Okay, this is a tough choice. I don't think I'm going to go for Serpent Form. Because it would be... I don't know if this fight is going to go on that long to make it worth it. I think I'm just going to After Image. I'll go ahead and... I guess this one's the weakest, but this one's doing the most damage. Do 2 defends after that. Okay, let's go with... Let's weaken this guy. And then let's just go with 2 defends, I think, after that. Although I could get 6... 3 shivs, that's 9, or that's 12 damage. That's not enough. No, I think I'm gonna do this. So that's 16, that's 20, 6, 12, that's... Okay, I blocked it all. Let's see here. This guy is 14. I can probably... That's good. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. We'll use this. Oh, whoops. Oh, wait. No. Wait, what? Did I just use Fend... Wait, I don't know what I just did. Maybe I think I just messed up. Sorry, I think I don't... Maybe I just misread the card or something. I don't know what just happened. In my brain, I thought I was using a different card than I guess I use. So I'm just going to do essentially the same thing I was doing before. Let's start... Yeah, I think I'm just going to start the same way I did last time. Oh, except I forgot to do the explosive. Ampule. Whatever an ampule is. Okay, so I think what did I do last time that made me think that? I can probably take out... That would be 4, 8... plus that would be 16 damage. So I could at least take out one of them. And also if I remove all, and if I do a vulnerable, then it would be 6, 12, 24. So not quite enough to take that guy out. Let me just make sure. Yeah, because I think, okay, I know what happened now. I thought that this was something that gave me a shiv, and it's not. So actually, I'm just going to discard that card. That's what happened to me last time. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and take out this guy. I don't need the expose on him. So I'll attack, 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 and then I'll expose this guy for next turn, I guess, since he's boosted. Okay. I don't think I'm going to kill him this turn. This guy might come back to life, but, you know. At least we only have to deal with 2 enemies this turn. And so I have 10 block. With after image, I should have enough to block that guy. 6, 12, 18, 24. 24 damn. My god, dude. I'm always like 1 HP away. Or actually, okay, if I go after this guy, though, that'd be 4, 8, 12, 16. Never mind. I'll expose this. Okay, this is what we'll do. Expose him. Kill him. And then I'll have enough block. Okay. Now, hopefully I can get through both of these guys this turn, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Do I want to... Is it worth it? Okay. I think we're going to set up this turn, because I think I'm going to need more damage, probably. I could do... That would be 2 attacks. That would be 10, 14, 22 damage. It's not enough to take him out. I think I'm just going to set up with a serpent form. I should be good in the future. But I am just going to tank some damage here. I'll just tank 1 hit though. I'll use my buffer, and I'll weaken this guy. Okay, so we got 3 guys alive now, but I now have my serpent form activated or whatever. So let's add the 3 shivs. And then let's... I mean, I am going to defend at least once, I think. So let's do that, see who it attacks. Okay. And now I want to get this guy, take this guy out for sure. It's just, I thought it was random, serpent form. Yeah, to a random enemy. Apparently random just means this guy every single time. This is such a funny boss to me though, because it's like, it's a worm. Like, it's like this burrowing worm thing, but its head is nowhere to be found. It's literally just its body. I'm like, what is its body? How is this body even attacking me? Like, right? That doesn't make any sense. How does it even reach me? Like, I literally have no idea. Okay. Let's keep going. So I'll have to tank some damage here, unfortunately. But it's like, yeah, how is that guy even hitting me? If I just stand back further, it's like there's only so much length between these that this guy can stretch like one way or another. I feel like you could play jump rope with this guy. It'd be a pretty hard game of jump rope though. Start swinging his bot around. Okay, let's see. What do we got? We got 11 damage. We can boost up a little more. I mean, it's just defense otherwise, I guess. We can weaken, well, we want to kill this guy. Okay, we'll be fine. Boost up again. Prepare for next turn, I guess. These two will be alive, but I think we're in a good place now. We got all of our powers, like we're all powered up now, and we're essentially in the place that we were before when we weren't powered up. So let's see, 3 shivs. Let's go and use this. I think one of the most important things about Slay the Spire is that you're constantly advancing towards a win condition. And I think that as long as you have a win condition that you're like advancing towards by like, you know, getting more and more powerful while the enemy is not getting more and more powerful, then you're going to eventually win the fight. Assuming you're not taking damage the whole time. But with after image and stuff, I'm not taking much damage. Let's see. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take out this guy. Now let's see the only other damage units. We got this. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, nice. I don't know how much HP I lost on that one, but it wasn't a lot. And ooh, I love Anchor. Just a free first turn to boost up with like free block is like incredible. I don't care about that. Nah. None of that. Don't want none of that. I could remove another card. Or I could go this way. And get some... Whoops. I kind of want to remove another card. So... I think I'm just going to remove... this guy. But see, this is what I'm talking about. If I wanted to, I mean, I don't think I'm going to because I don't need to. But if I wanted to, I could Serpent Form, deflect. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just show you guys because I'm not going to lose to this guy. See, I can do this and then do this. And then it's like a free first turn to set up. What's the bird for? Oh, the bird is I got a card, Birdonis egg or something that you can hatch and you get a bird, but it's essentially it just gives you this card here, which works well with my strategy. Oh no, I shouldn't watch this. Might make me want to play. Yeah, usually the bird doesn't show up. This is actually, I almost never go for the Birdonis the egg or whatever. This is one of the first times that I've actually gone for this strat, but I just looked it up to see if it would go well with my current build, and it did. But I like that they add the animation, like the extra model when you do hatch the egg. I think that's like a nice little touch. But if you want it, you're gonna have to buy it yourself, man. Because I'm playing it 24/7, and so we can't share this copy. Okay. Let me see. So I think I'm going to apply a vulnerable. Draw one card. Get rid of that. Yeah. There we go. I guess I didn't have to be that careful. Yeah, then I can play the omelet game. We can exchange roguelikes. Okay, what do we got? Nope. Already. That one's not bad, but I have too many cards already, so I'm going to ignore it. I think I'm probably just going to be safe and heal up. Uh-oh, explosive ampule. The draw 3 is more important though. Okay, we're going to the big suck. That's what I call this guy, the big suck, because he's constantly trying to suck you in. Let's see. So I got after image set up. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll weaken him. And we'll set up even more with getting this guy's cost down. Okay, cool. Well, I don't have a whole lot of moves here. We'll escape one. Discard another escape. Might as well use that escape too. Yeah, I think this will hopefully be a pretty easy fight. But famous last words, right? I got knock on wood. Okay, we'll set up a little bit more, I think. I wish I had a deflect, though. There is a deflect in my draw pile. I'll just tank one hit if I have to, and then I'll draw. At least I got the deflect, so I'll deflect, and then I'm going to use both of these just to get defense, but also we'll just apply a bunch of vulnerable. That'll hopefully help me out in the upcoming turns. And just get those cards out of my deck so I draw through stuff faster. Okay. So this should be an easy turn. Just maximize damage. I wish I had that card that boosted Shiv damage, man. The power, that would be great. I would be like doubling my damage overall at this point. If I got that. Okay. So, prepared. I don't think I'm gonna, well, I'm definitely not using that, so. We'll go ahead and, I guess, Toric Toughness. See, this is where I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't get this card in retrospect, but I guess it's just, it's not as, or it's the same amount of good as, like, the attack. Like, both of them were kind of not that useful in this particular build. But, okay, so I'm gonna do this. At least it lets me set up a little bit for the next turn. Shivs. Well, we'll definitely need to weaken him, but this is gonna hurt. Things aren't going super great anymore. I mean, it's not terrible, but this is why I'm glad that I healed up, though, just to be safe. Even though I was pretty confident, I would be very close to death right now if I hadn't healed up. I think I'm still gonna win, but... Ugh. Such terrible cards. Oh, I should have used one of the 2-cost ones. Oh well, I guess it technically doesn't matter. I don't think that I'm either going to win or die in the next, like, 3 turns, so it doesn't really matter which one I use. Technically, the most optimal there would have been to use the worst one, though. So I wouldn't have had a wasted energy, and then I could have used the 1-cost one later on if I had to, but I think I'll be okay. It looks like this is the turn that's going to win. We got 3, so we'll do this. I don't know if I would have won. I mean, I could have tried being a little bit more... doing things a little differently or whatever, saves coming, but I don't know if I would have won if I hadn't healed up right before, so that was a good call by me. Doormaker. I hate him. I hate him. My least favorite boss of all time in both games is this guy right here. One of my cats is hunting right now. I mean, you probably can't hear that, but she's making her huntress noises. It's so funny, dude. This is the one with cancer, by the way. She's feeling pretty good now, I guess, if she's already ready to hunt. Oh, I love this one. Vaku playing my first turn. I don't have to think at all. Hell yeah. What else? What are the other options, though? Put a card from your draw pile into your hand. Nah. Vaku playing your first hand is the best, man. Number one, if you have a good strat going, it is almost like there's almost zero impact. Like in terms of you're not going to lose that much health or anything on your first turn. If you have a decent strat going, he just plays all your cards one after the other in order in your hand, and 9 times out of 10 it's going to be like a pretty good turn. But as long as your strats are good. But also then I always think it's fun because then I don't have to think that hard for one turn of the match. I just leave it up to Vaku, man. It's like I imagine it's like that feeling that like that Jesus take the wheel feeling that people have. Like I don't have, hey, not my problem. If something goes wrong, not my problem, you know. Okay, let's keep going. We're going up this way. Probably gonna go through these 2 upgrades or heals if I need them. Yeah, we'll go straight up the middle. I think this is I'm probably going to beat Ascension 4 this turn. But see, Ascension, and also with that innate card at the beginning, it's like, it's almost inevitable that Vaku is going to get my defense high enough to like block most of the damage. If you look here, I guess it's not most of the damage. 21, where I'm going to take 3 damage, and these guys take away max HP when they hit you, so that's kind of a shame. But still. In the grand scheme of things, that's not the biggest deal in the world. Okay, this guy, we'll probably take this guy out. Oh, if I can. Well, I should, that would be 22 damage? Or 21 damage. Oh, I won't be able to take him out, actually. Never mind. I'll just have to defend through it. In that case, then I'll go for this one. Just so that he'll be boosted next turn, just so that I can guarantee killing him next turn. And I'll expose this guy just for the turn after. Okay. Well, I guess they're doing the same amount of damage regardless. But not the best hand for this turn, though. Oh my gosh, dude, this sucks. Let's just do this. Okay, and then we have 2, so if I do... This will do 6. This will do 9. That's 15. Okay, we should be good then. Oh, and I didn't even talk about the benefit. Like the negative of the Vaku is supposed to be Vaku playing your first hand. I just talked about it like it is a benefit, but the actual benefit that you get from it is that you get an extra energy each turn. And there's that card that I was talking about just a second ago. Shivs deal an extra 4 damage. We need that one. And yeah, we're just going straight up the middle. This guy is the one, he boosts his attack each turn, so you want to kill him as quickly as possible. Caw-caw! Okay. So we don't even need to heal, or we don't even need to defend this turn. I mean, we'll have enough energy to do so, but... I wouldn't mind a blur as well to keep my defense between turns. This one, let's just go ahead and do it, I think. Because I have so much, now that I have 4 energy, it's not that big of a deal anyway. There we go. But he goes up by 9 strength each turn, which is pretty huge. Man. Well, that sucks. I guess I have to try to defend this turn. And we're going to get rid of this because I'm going to not be able to do any damage anyway. And then, yeah, let's just do that. That. This. And then that. Yeah, not the best turn. I could get 7 plating and mitigate even more of it. But I'd rather take that. That's a good potion. I'd rather take that to a elite at least than a just common enemy. So I'm just going to tank 11 damage. It's fine. Okay. Let's do that. And then let's do that. The bird. Sometimes this would be useful, but like because there's sometimes where when you have a 0 card deck that you have a bunch of leftover energy. If I had a relic that kept energy between turns, then I might consider grabbing that because then you have a way to like release all of that energy as you keep building it up over time, but I don't have that, so I'm not going to bother. Let's create a custom card. Block or power. I forgot what the options for the power are, so we're gonna go through that. If I don't like it though, I'll just save and quit and restart. Powers cost 1 less. Could be good. Could be good. At the end of combat, upgrade a random card. Could be good. Both of those could be good. Probably won't be any more combats though. Oh, one elite, I see. Yeah, there's only 1 elite on the path that I'm going. I could go this way, but I'd rather get the upgrades. I think I could go through 2 elites actually. That'd be 2 upgrades, so that's not that good. Let's do this one. But what's the upgraded version of this? I hope it's innate. Mad science. What? Mad science power. Mad science power. Oh, it says the oh yeah, okay. I think it says that it gains innate. Mad science is a 1 energy cost event card. This card gains innate when upgraded. So as long as I can upgrade that, that'll be incredible. I think that that's a good call. Let's go for that one. That's what I was talking about, the blur. Do I want to get it? I mean, what else am I going to use my money on, man? Is it worth it? Okay. I said that I wanted it. Is it actually worth it? It's probably not. My deck is too big. I'd rather have like a blockade or something that maintains it. Yeah, I don't know. I take it back. I take it back. I don't think it's actually worth it. Never mind. Was there anything else that I could buy though? I'm probably not going to have any other opportunities. Unless I get one at one of the event spaces. Deal 25 damage, add 3 random 0-star cards to your hand. Deal 8 damage, deal 8 damage, damage all other enemies equal to damage dealt. That's not bad. I think we got some potion options. It's so late in the game now that I really don't like getting cards unless they're already upgraded. I don't know. I'll get a dexterity potion, I guess, and yeah, I'll just get a dexterity potion. I think I'm just gonna leave the Omni Slice on the table though. It won't help me with the boss. That's the only thing I'm gonna have trouble with. It's a 1 enemy boss, so like who cares? Who cares? Procure 3 foul potions. No. 1 random uncommon. Well, okay. Well, probably bye-bye dexterity potion. Yeah, that's a good card. Okay, well that was just a waste of money then. can heal up by 20, get back close to max HP, and then upgrade 1 elite fight. Let's rest. No, whatever. I like these are 2 high, like, uncommon quality potions, so they're generally speaking better. I mean, it obviously depends what strats you're going for, but oh, heal 25 at each boss. Well, actually, no, that doesn't matter because that I always they confuse me when they say bosses versus elites. Bosses are the ones at the end of the floor, whereas elites are the ones in the middle of the floor. So that actually is pointless for my current strats. Okay, we have an upgrade. We have to use it on Mad Science. That'll get us automatically going with our powers like really good at the beginning. I think that'll be really worth it. Okay, an attack. So we can... What do we want? This one could be good to have with Swift or whatever, because it's going to end up costing 0, and then we can draw more cards and hopefully get a higher chance of getting our other power at the beginning. There's also... Yeah, I just have too many cards to really focus on. Like, I do feel like my cards are a little bit over. Also, this one would be good to upgrade accuracy. But this is an upgrade, though. This is Swift. Or, like, Swift, so... I think that this will be the best. Or not this. The after image will be the best. Because this will... I just want to try to get through my boosts as quickly as possible at the beginning. Especially with Doormaker. That first turn on Doormaker is really annoying. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. But not worth it, I don't think. I mean, I'm saying not worth it, not in terms of monetary amount. Obviously, I want to spend my coins on something. But not worth it in the sense that I don't know if using it will... If having it waste up a space in my deck will make it worth having. It would be 0 cost, though. Okay, let's go for it. Why not? We'll see. I mean, I know it's risky to change your deck up too much when you're this close to the end, but... Come on. Come on! That might be the one that I have to do. Let's see what the next one is. That one's not bad either. Yeah, okay. I was just checking to see what the options were. I'll probably just go with Deflect, losing Deflect. I mean, it's kind of like, I would like to keep that card, but all of those other ones I think are too good. So let's get rid of Deflect. It's fine. We'll be okay. I hate that event, man. Okay, we got an elite. See, that strat was so good, even Baku knows how to do it. Even dumbass Baku, who just plays cards from left to right, knows what he's doing. And man, what a great hand play from Baku, perfectly balancing out the damage. Didn't take a single piece of damage, but look, dude, I'm telling you, I think that strat with the power was a good one. And also, that dexterity might come in handy. Might come in handy. Burns, I hate burns. I think we'll be good. 40 damage. Well, let's get rid of a burn. You know, we mitigated a decent amount. I think I'm gonna heal regardless at the next thing, so I'm just gonna tank this. That'll get me down to around like 40-ish HP, which with a heal should get back up to around 63, 64, so. Assuming I don't lose any more HP this fight, which I'm hoping at least. Okay. Come on, let's finish it. Nine damage twice, that's 18. Nope, not gonna quite do it this turn. But I don't think I'll take any more damage from the burns. Evie, what are you doing down there? Just getting some food. She's done hunting, now she needs a snack. Okay. What's that? The first time you lose 3 HP or lose. Okay, that's not bad. No. Come on. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, heal up. Weak potion. Enemies lose 9 HP at the end of each of his turns. That could be good. Just constant 9 damage no matter what I'm doing. What's better? Card being free to play. Plating. Are there any cards that I really want to be free to play? I don't know if that matters as much. I'm gonna actually trade it. I think this is good. This is just constant damage that I don't even have to think about. I don't know how much damage it'll end up doing. I don't know how many turns it'll go down, but I'm hoping a lot. I think I have to wait until after this first Infinity because I think he gets rid of all debuffs when he comes to life. This was not your best turn, Baku. I really wish you would have played Serpent Form right at the beginning. But what can you do? Baku's kind of a dumbass sometimes. Okay, here we go. We're going to be tanking a lot this turn. Also, I guess I'll go ahead and use my plating as well. Okay, well, you know, a lot of times I hate that form. It exhausted some of my cards. Finisher, it hasn't come in as much handy as I thought as I wanted it to. Bird Swoop, maybe I should have kept. We'll see how this fight goes though. I can always restart it if I want, so. My allergies are going crazy right now though. I feel like I'm feeling very tingly. Okay, let's see. So I'll just go and do all these first. And then I'll probably defend. That's 10 plus 7. But I got my 9 there. So actually I'll probably not bother defending anymore. And let's just do some more damage. Okay, get the serpent form going. Serpent form. We'll weaken him. 14 damage he's doing. Oh, I would have done this first. I kind of forgot that. Ugh. I should have done that first. Oh well. It's fine. Okay, we're tanking some damage this turn. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot that I was fighting the Doormaker and he had like an effect that makes stuff cost more or whatever. So hopefully it doesn't turn too negative. I'm probably just gonna go ahead and use up my torque toughness this turn. Oh man, we only have 5 cards left. Ugh. What? Wait, do I have... Oh my gosh, I can't use that card then. I don't want to use this card either, because it's like one of my few good cards left. Man, dude. I have to keep this card. That's my only Shiv card left. Right? Yeah, Blade Dance. Man, I haven't been paying enough attention, I think. I might have to start this fight over, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll just use up the cards I don't care about that much. And we'll just rely on that for my Shivs, and hopefully we can get through it. I have one other Shiv card, I guess. But okay. I can't draw right now. That's what this turn is. At least my turns are going to be really consistent now. I might just have to tank one pretty hard on the next exhaust phase after this. But okay, so I need to pay attention this time. We want to use these two first, I think. We'll use this one first. We'll use this one next. And then we'll weaken. Cool. Well, even with me like not paying attention at all, I think my strats were so good that it doesn't matter. Even though this boss is usually pretty hard, man. I don't like this boss. We'll just, I mean, I think at this point it's okay to just exhaust. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because I still have to make it through another turn. Oof. We'll Survivor. Get rid of that. I do have one more Shiv card though. We're going all Shivs. Oof. Okay. Here we go. I have 3 cards left. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I think I'm gonna do it. Like I said, even though I wasn't paying enough attention, I think that my strats were good enough that that it doesn't matter. Man, okay. Yeah, I think we did it, people. We did it. Boom. Proceed. There you go. The silent ascends again. Let's see, what time is it? 11? Do I go for one more? It'll be like another hour. I still got a little bit of coffee. I'm gonna go for one more. If it, I mean, obviously if it fails or like if it's not a good run, then it won't be a full hour, but that means I'll probably be here for another hour and then I'm gonna get out of here. I'll pour the last bit of my coffee. Okay. Let's get going. Ascension 5. Start each run cursed. That's fine. No big deal. 150 gold. Could use it over there pretty quick. That's not a bad route either. Another one. Grand Umbrella. Yeah, let's just take the gold. Okay, Pompadour dude. Okay. Wonder if I can. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I just got tank 11 damage here. There's nothing I could really do about that. Okay. Not the best start. Okay, looks like we're going Sly. We're gonna get Sly on this one. On this run. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go Sly strats. I haven't had a good Sly run go yet. That used to be my favorite. Well, it wasn't called Sly in Slay the Spire 1, but that used to be my favorite strat, was draw discard strats with the silent, so. Okay, Sly. We're doing Sly strats. That means we're gonna be drawing and discarding a lot. I think I'm gonna go with Torque Toughness again. Even though it didn't do much last turn, I think on average, like if I'm 50-50 on it, I usually go with the defense one. Okay, let's try and sell some stuff. Or I mean, remove a card probably. Apply one vulnerable. Plating is always good. The Gorget. I think that's, I just looked up how to say it. I think it's Gorget. And then Toolbox. Nah, that one's pointless. This one's Sly, but it's not that important. It's a gray card. 9 plating is, you know, not a bad thing. But I think at this point, I don't want to get this right now. It's too early in the game to have use up an entire turn on plating. Although 9 plating could probably tank most of the damage from an attack this early, so maybe it's not that bad. I just think I'm going to go for a remove, though. I guess I could... Okay. I think the 4 plating, though, would be good. I'm going to have a boss fight pretty soon. Let's get the Gorget. This one, this run might not work out. We'll see. Oh, I should have... No, I'm changing my mind. I'm changing my mind, actually. This is one of the rare occurrences where I think I'm going to go for the potion. Usually I almost always... Oh, okay. I can't control my bodily instinct to not choose the potion one. Okay. Hold up for a second. Think. Okay, lose HP, but then I have to lose HP. Let's see what the potion is. 1 of 3 powers. I think it might be worth it. Okay. We're going for it. It's just because I have the boss coming up pretty soon that, or not the boss, the elite. I'm a little bit scared to not have any potions going into it. 11. We'll at least neutralize him. So now we're taking 11 damage total. I don't have any way to discard this turn. So we're just doing defense then. We'll do this and this then. Okay. 11 damage again. Neutralize. Oops. Okay. Well, I think we'll get through this one without losing any HP. I'll probably... What? Just tank... Although now that I think about it, I could have killed him, couldn't I have? 6, 12, 18, 21. Oh well. Too late now. Let's just defend through it and neutralize, and then next turn hopefully we'll get 3 strikes and we can take him out. Nope. We'll just... No. We'll be I mean, I'll just... Actually... Yeah, we'll do that. Whatever. It'll be fine. Just need 2 attacks. Okay. Those are not 2 attacks. Whatever. Okay. We're going for draw discard strats. None of these. Piercing Whale can come in handy sometimes. I'll take it. Let me see. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Back, people. We're about to fight this stone dude. Okay. Bygone Effigy. Let's start with a neutralize. Attack, attack, attack. Actually, I probably should start with a regen. Actually, now that I think about it, let's start over. I messed that up. I forgot that I had a potion. We'll drink the power potion right off the bat. Hopefully it'll be a good power. That's a good one. Play a skill against Sly. Well, I don't have enough discard cards yet. So that's actually not that useful right now. Let's go with this one. This should help us out a little bit. Oh, and then I'll also drink the regen potion. I'm assuming this will go longer than 5 turns, and I can get the full benefit of it. Because a regen potion, it 5, 4, so 9, 12, 14, 15. It heals, like, I think a total of 15 HP just over 5 turns. So if you last 5 turns, then you'll at least get the full 15 HP out of it. Okay. Well, this is a worthless turn. I guess with the serpent thing, it's not as worthless. At least I did some damage. Okay. Neutralize. Oh, I think we can block this whole amount this time. Yeah, 18. Sure. Not this turn, though. I think I'll be able to kill him next turn. I'll just have to face tank one of these hits, I think. So, that's fine. And then... Oh, I can't kill him this turn, I don't think. That's only 20 damage. No, 24 damage. Okay, we can. Yeah, we can. Because that'll be 10, 24. But... That's a good one. That's a really good one. Oh my gosh, that's this early in the game? Hell yeah. Dude, that is crazy good right now. Awesome. Every time I enter a question mark room, I heal 5 HP, so I finally don't, like, I don't have to rely entirely on, you know, these things to heal, which means I can use those, I can try to use those more for upgrades. Like, I don't know, that's really good. Draw, no, wait, I'm trying to do discard. None of these are good, though. None of these are good. Okay, well, let's heal 5 HP. Oh, of course, it's another combat. Okay. I'll probably just set up then for next turn. Actually, I didn't need to do that. I mean, it probably won't matter for an enemy this week, but if I do end up losing HP, I'll probably restart and make sure that I do that turn better. We'll just use this to get it out of the way. And I already have 7 block with my plating, but I guess I have to use something anyway. And I could... Let's just go ahead and take 1 damage, it's fine. Both have to... Okay. We should kill him next turn, though. Assuming we get 2... Oh wait, no, we need more than 2 actually. Because we're stank bugged. Or we're shrunk. There you go. Speedster. Here's a Sly. At least we got another Sly thing. I really need more discard cards, though. This is not going good in terms of luck for that. My relic luck has been impeccable, though. Oof, do I want to go through the gauntlet? Or do I want to go... I don't have that much money. Let's go through the gauntlet. Okay, I think I will take a heal here, though, because I'm going to be going up against a couple elites. I'll get another 5 HP at that question mark. Blah. That's not bad early on, too. I don't think I've ever even gotten that relic before. Bowler hat? It looks new to me. We'll do this. That's fine. What's 8 HP? It's not like that's going to make or break this fight, right? Okay. Well, I don't need to defend at all, so... 5, 10, 15. I guess we'll just defend through all of this, probably. Actually, I could have just defended through most of it and then used my plating. Whatever. We'll see how it goes. Not the best start, man. This is not the best start. He's already gotten 2 of his, infection things off, so. Man, okay. This sucks, man. This is a terrible start. Might get 3 infections off. Yikers. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This isn't going well. Oh no. This is so bad. Oof. Okay, we got through the first phase and he went through 3 of them. Oh god, this is so bad. Okay, I think this might be necessary right now to do. I'm gonna get rid of all 4 of these. I potentially could have done that at the beginning of the fight to have a better start, but let's go for that one. I guess we'll just... Ugh. There's 3 more infections in my draw pile. This is not good. This is not good at all. At least, okay, there's only 1 more infection in there. And I have that, okay, I have the whale or whatever, piercing whale. So, and the rest is defense, great. Man. Well, we'll just use it now. But, and this is not going good. I really needed more discard cards, I guess. It's not good, I guess, to get the sly cards before having a good way to discard through them. Because right now I'm just pulling sly cards, and it's like I don't want to actually use them. We're gonna start over. We're gonna give it one more go. We're gonna try to redo this, the first part of the fight. So to start with, I think this was the right move. All 3 attacks. But I think this next turn I'm going to discard. Okay. And let's hope that this one... Okay, this could hopefully be a better start to this fight. So we're going to Piercing Whale so he does no damage. We're going to neutralize. Attack. I kind of wish I could have used that, but whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. Next turn he's not doing any damage anyway. We're hoping that this time he only gets off 2 infections. I think that's the best I'm going to do. But it's not looking too great still. Ugh. If I get 3 attacks, then I'll be okay. But probably not going to happen. Yeah. Okay, it's still going to be pretty bad. Man. I was really hoping for the back-to-back. I was really hoping for the back-to-back. Or Ascension 4, Ascension 5, but it looks like it's not going to happen. still not potentially going to defeat him this turn? Oh my god. This is ridiculous, dude. I mean, some of it's luck, but also obviously some of it was my strats at the beginning. I think I made a few mistakes. I swear to God. I'm just abandoning this run, man. This is game over. I don't think it was... I think I made some mistakes. I don't think it was going to be the one. So I'm going to try to get one more in real quick while I finish up my coffee. Rare cards. I like this one a lot, usually. Okay. I want to go for sly strats again. Okay, I want to do it. Okay, what's the best route? Probably like that, up through here, then what? Up here? Or up through there? We can make that decision when we get there. Alternatively, we could go up like this direction and then go like that, or nah. I'm probably going to end up going this way. Okay. Last run didn't count, people. I wasn't taking it seriously. I wasn't trying. This time I'm going to actually try. This time I'm going to actually try, and we're going to crush it. Okay. I guess we'll do that. Got tank 3 damage. That's fine. I'll take 1 damage too. Eventually, once you get to a high enough ascension, you can't be wasting anything. Like, so when it's like when your choice is to use a block, but the entire block isn't used up by the attack, a lot of times you just have to start tanking those small bits of damage. You can't get, like, it's no longer possible to get like perfect runs where you're losing no HP throughout like the first act and stuff. You just kind of have to accept the fact that you're going to get, you know, some damage is going to get through. And so, I mean, Ascension 5, I mean, is kind of like right in the middle, right? So you can maybe keep going with like trying to keep perfect health mitigation, but I think it's about the time that you have to start like accepting the fact that you're going to lose some health in the first act, or like in the first few fights at least. What's the thing I have when you play a skill? So this one's Sly. So yeah, this could be a cool strat though. I don't use this card very much, Master Planner. I just need discard. Please, discard. Okay, here's a draw 1, discard 1. That's perfect. That's exactly what I need. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to boost up our deck. There's another discard, and there's a Sly. But we're making everything... well, I guess this is an attack that's a Sly. That's pretty good. But remember, we're making everything essentially free to play. All of our skills are going to, like, over time throughout the fight become free to play. So what would work well with that? I'm just gonna go ahead and get the Sly card, I think. The damage dealing Sly card. I was thinking like a backflip would also be useful after that gets turned Sly, but it's fine. We'll try this. We'll see what's going on. To this guy. But yeah, I think we'll just tank through that. Okay. Or block through that, I should say. Let's see, here we go. Let's delete that. Deal some damage and get my defense up, although I guess this turn it didn't really matter. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. And we'll just attack, do 1 damage. Neutralize. So that does 12 damage. Oh, whoops. I think my headphones might be dying, one sec. Actually, I'm pretty sure. One sec. I'm pretty sure you guys can't hear my music coming through my speakers right now, or the gameplay coming through my speakers, because I think my mic is set up pretty good that like it only accepts stuff from the front. So I'm just gonna listen to my music, or like hear what you guys are hearing through my speakers, and if I see it showing up on the monitors, then I'll go back to headphones, but I think it's pretty okay. Also, I can turn it down to a little. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. So yeah, I think what I was thinking is I can kill him this turn if I'm... Yeah. Nice. Another Sly card. Draw 2. I think that's definitely the one I want. And then we're gonna go up this way. The only thing I would kind of want is the backflip, but I would much rather remove a card. Remove the injury. I don't like the randomness of transform usually, so I'm just gonna go with an upgrade. Make that cost 1, that could be good. Draw 3. 5 times. Discard 2 cards, that could be good. Okay, let's go with this one. And then I think I was gonna go up this right path, like go this way. So let's see what our first elite is. Ugh, this guy again. Okay, let's hope he doesn't Shrek me like he did last time. Okay, we can at least get that off right off the bat, and then we'll just attack. Dude's gross, man. It's like a little COVID, but with like worms growing out all out of it. This is RFK Jr.'s spirit monster right here. You see all those worms? This is his brain. That's okay. That's new lore drop. This fight, it's not frog parasite. This is officially RFK Jr.'s brain that we're fighting. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's discard that. Let's defend, attack. Those 2 defends. I have to remember to check my defends to make sure if they're sly or not. So neither of those are. Okay. We'll just do the attacks. Okay, and we can do that. Maybe get another attack. Nice. And then we'll just attack. The other thing I can do is I can use my defense. I need to remember I can use my defense to apply slide to them in a way of like setting up for the future is another option. But okay, so let's use this. That won't kill him. I'm gonna have to tank some damage this time. 6 damage to be specific. Or 9. Oh, I thought they only did 2 damage each. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is going exactly as planned. We got 1 sly, but it doesn't matter. I don't have any discard cards. It's the 18 one. Or I could go for the 17. I'm gonna have to tank this damage anyway. So let's just do a full tank, or like as much as possible, I guess. We'll take the 2 damage. We'll actually, okay, let's neutralize him. So then we'll tank the full amount, and then we'll get him down, and then hopefully we'll get 2 attacks next turn, or 2 strikes. Or one of my other cards, and hopefully we can take him out. And he's probably going to be next. Nope. Wow, terrible. Terrible. The worst. Worst thing that could have possibly happened. Okay. Terrible turn. Oh, now I get all the stuff I want. This is sly. This is sly as well. We can discard this and then discard that, yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter which order we do this in. Okay. What do we want to do now? Tank more, take 1 out. Let's take 1 out. I think that's more important. We'll have to just base tank 8 damage or whatever, but it's fine. Okay. Oof, this is rough. This is going rough. That fly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have enough. Man, fuck. We're just gonna take out, I think, this guy. Because we could discard. Well, actually, oh, well, okay, whatever. Let's get rid of this. Let's use that. I could have taken him out. I could have mitigated more damage, but fuck. What was I thinking? Fuck. Whatever. This is game, I think. Do I bother going for it again? Or it's so early? No. Okay. We're, you know, one more time. The third time's the charm, people. That last time, I was joking when I said that I was going to take it seriously. I was actually completely messing around. I was not taking that round seriously at all. This time, I'm actually going to take it seriously. Upgrade a card. Okay, it's gonna happen this time. Bullet time. Murder. Deal 1 damage. Deals 1 additional damage for each card drawn this combat. Okay, let's go for it. We're going for murder strats. Hopefully we don't have to fight fucking RFK Jr.'s brain again, because that one just keeps taking me out. There's not really a perfect path here. Like, the top of the right side is pretty ideal, but then you have to go through all these. The left path is like okay, sort of, except this end part looks like it would suck. I'm just gonna go up the right path, I think. We can hit a lot of elites if we're feeling it. There's a lot of heals, like right before elites. I just think it has more options, so we'll go this way. Okay. Already dealing 8 damage, but it costs 3. Oh, I guess I kind of missed that when I was doing that. Oh no. That's ethereal. We don't want to get rid of that. It's a win con, though. It is. Oh my god. Whatever, man. It's so unlucky. I don't like taking damage this early in the run. HP is an important resource that you need for stuff. It's like, come on, man. The next turn around, though, it should kill him if I get my win con, but nope. Nope, I gotta take more damage. Great. 10 damage on the first fight. That's crazy. Psycho. That card kind of reminds me of the Psycho movie. Okay, what am I doing again? Draw. I want to draw as many cards as possible. What would correlate well with draw? I mean, honestly, I still think a draw and discard, because a lot of the draw cards are tied in with discards. So like Sly stuff, I've just not been having any luck with Sly, though. I'm gonna get this one. It's pretty neutral. That way I don't have to commit to any real strats this early on. Okay. So let's take him out, and then we got... We'll just go for this guy now. Why not? Man, I really thought it would be rad if I got Ascension 4 and 5 back to back. And I thought, like, at the start of that second run, I was like, I think it's going to happen. But that was a little too much hopium. But this time it's not hopium. This time it's 100% going to happen. Okay, Sly. I think that's what I got to do, man. No, draw. Okay, if we're doing draw, 0 cards are also important. Okay, let me think for a sec. Let's start with 0s because those are less committal until I get more discards, because I think a lot of my draw cards are going to be draw 2, discard 2. So once I have more of those, then I can maybe go for a little bit of Sly stuff. But okay, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. But what do I know? Shrinker bug. Sorry, I was getting distracted by his colors. Would that be good if you have 5 or more other cards? I mean, I am going to be drawing a lot, but I don't know. I don't think so. That's a good mitigator early on. Okay, I think we got to go to the right path. Is it really worth it? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. What's he putting in my deck again? Those guys. It's fine. Oof. Man. I really want another start of the deck with like one of the draw strats though. I feel like that was so much easier. Or not the draw, the 0 card strats, like Shiv strats. Like I feel like that's easier, or takes less thought probably than this one. But I guess, yeah, there we go. There we go. There's the win con. We'll see how this one goes. I think it has a chance. This is probably good. Oh, discard, then draw that many cards. That seems even better. Let's go for that. Okay, well, I'm about to hit an elite, so I think I'm at the point where I need to be pretty high up in health going into elite fights. Okay, this one I think I can deal with. This could be a good starting card. Who cares if I weaken it? We can do this. Let's just do this. That'll just boost up that pretty quickly. And then we're going nutty mode right now. We're drawing through our whole deck. We're on turn 1. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying something out, man. I'm like, the faster, the more cards I draw, the higher damage this becomes, and then the closer I get to the win condition. Should I have used that? Maybe. Okay, we're gonna start over. I think I should use both my potions right at the beginning. Are there any cards? I think what I did last time was what I want to do. Let's use this one first. And then actually, I think I'm just going to attack this time. I think this is better. you know, get him down a little bit lower before he starts attacking. Okay. Neutralize, deflect, defend. Oh, I should have. It doesn't matter. I defended enough. Come on, let's get my win condition. Where is it? I should draw it this turn, hopefully. Nope. Come on, man. Are you fucking kidding me? How much damage is it doing? 33 plus another 5. It would do 38. That's not enough to win. So let's just go ahead and defend. Yeah, 38 damage. I guess we can go ahead and use it though. Although then I won't. Maybe I should just keep up with the defend until it comes back around again. I think it'll be a kill next time it comes back around. Yeah, we're just gonna try and get it to come back around again. That'll be at least 3 more turns. Maybe that was a bad move. I don't know. Only time will tell. Time will tell if that was a good move or not. Hopefully I'll get it this turn, actually. Ah, nope. Okay. That's fine, though. It's fine. I'll be able to defend through most of this. Now I should get it. Come on. 50-50 chance. There it is. Okay. Yep, we win. Oh, wait. No, we don't win. Oh, no! I'm such an idiot. I can't math. Oh, my God. I thought I could use more energy. Whatever. I'm not starting over just to like. I mean, it was a lot of HP, but I probably should have. If I wasn't on stream, I would probably start the fight over. But okay, okay. 8 damage X times. No. None of these are that helpful. Man, that sucks. I just missed. I mean, I guess I would have just defended. And then I really would have only saved like, what, 7 HP. So I guess I would have been at 48 right now instead of 41. So it's not like it's the end of the world, but it is like unnecessarily lost HP. That would have been great for the last run, or the last successful run. Okay, so we can either sell or like remove a card and go up this way. That would be 2 elites in a row with no mitigation. Or we can go up this way, heal up, and either way we're going through 2 elites, but I don't know if I could do 2 in a row without healing, so I'm going to go this way. Let's see what these attacks are. I think I'll take this slice, probably. Actually, we'll just take the sucker punch. That's fine. Okay. 9 damage. That's fine. Anything to draw through to the win condition. That's what we need. The murder. Murder, murder. 27. So yeah. Oof. Well, I think once I draw, it should be enough. Assuming I get it this turn. There it is. 32. Perfect. That's good. Okay. Okay, cool. I guess we'll go for poison strats. Poison draw. Sure. Never tried it before. Let's hope it goes well. Okay, so we can heal back up, which I think we're going to need to get through the next elite. So we have an option. We don't really have an option. I don't think I can do 2 elites in a row still. That would have been better earlier, but cards contain strike, deal 3. Well, let's remove. I'll probably take it. Card of your draw pile. I think this is worth it. I'm gonna take it. I think I'm gonna go for the spoils map this time. Ah, RFK Jr.'s brain! Yet again. The worm. It's infested. Frog parasite. Man. Ugh, okay. Oh, the vigor, that's right. So I can do 8 additional damage on my first attack. We're gonna use this guy up, and then we're gonna draw. I think we'll power up, or whenever you draw a card. Oh, it's this turn. Ugh. Well, I guess it's not the worst, but I thought it was a power. I thought it was whenever you draw a card. Okay. I got tricked. They tricked me. So we can do 13 damage and use, well, that doesn't matter. I'm not going to draw any cards this turn, so that won't do anything. So we can do a total of, what, 19 damage? Sure. It's going better than the last time, at least. Let's see. But I'm so close to being able to kill him, man. Is there anything I could have done to do slightly more damage? I don't think so. It's fine. There's kind of a silver lining of not getting him this turn and taking these 3 is that because he's so low health, that means I'll be able to take out potentially one of the small guys on the first turn as well. So it's not like it's the worst thing in the world, but although it's not that helpful this turn because, yeah. Okay. Little dudes. 33 damage. Well, it is a one-shot on one of them if I want to do that. We could one-shot one of them and neutralize a dude. So, okay, let's neutralize this guy. Let's one-shot this guy. And then we'll just take 4 damage. That's fine. 8, 16. 10. That's 4. Yeah, I'll take 12 damage. I might as well use this then. Okay. Okay, 8 damage. Ah! I hate this fight, man. I hate it so fucking much. I hate him. Like, I just want to play the game, and they put so much trash in my fucking deck. Fuck. I should have... whatever. Fucking hate this guy, man. Great. How many more in here? 3 more? Ugh. Well, at least I got my one shot. It usually is what I call my win condition, but when there's 4 little dudes with almost no HP, it doesn't really matter. Oh my god. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Maybe it would have been better for me to go back and try to figure out if I could have taken or done slightly more damage in that first phase and not had so many of those infestations in my deck, but or whatever they're called, but it's fine. It's only Ascension 5. I should be okay at the start of each combat. Cool, that's nice. Double your block gain this turn. Is that what? Is that something good? I don't know if that matters. I think I would honestly rather have this. If I'm drawing through my deck, I'll get... I don't know. Whatever. I think that's better. I think it is. This is going to be a hard boss fight, though. What is it? Phantom. Okay, wish me luck. This hasn't helped at all yet. I need more draw stuff, man. We'll just tank. I guess we'll full tank it. I mean, there's really nothing else. $27 damage. Ugh. Okay, big hit. This is gonna be hard. I don't think it's gonna happen. $31. I think it's worth it. Oh no, it'll only do 1 damage because he has... Yeah. Okay, never mind. It's not worth it. Okay, 16. 12. Okay, now we can start doing actual damage to him. We'll see if I survive this turn. 29, I should, hopefully. But it's gonna be close. Oh, nope, I won't. Game over, man. Okay. I don't think there's anything I can do about this. This was just not... These runs did not go too great. I was hoping to get Ascension 5 done. I think I'm going to call it at that. It's noon already. I got other shit to do today, so... that is going to be that, people. Started off hot on the gaming portion with a nice, clean Ascension 4 run and then got the shit kicked out of me 3 times for Ascension 5. But you know what? Sometimes that's the way it goes. So thank you all for watching. If you're watching the VOD, love you too. And this has been Technically Clay. The stream is technically over. Bye-bye.